does not start after you make the investment. This starts before you make the investment. We actively work with the startups, and I know for startups also sometimes things are not easy. There are multiple compliances. Many of them do not have a finance founder. So we actively work with all the startups and ensure that the key checks are done. So we look actively at GST compliances, try to match whatever sales are there with the numbers that are there on the PPT, so that whatever numbers are there, that's a verified. So for investors, just have to invest because we have done all the groundwork. uh, we also look at TDS returns to identify some of the outstanding TDS liabilities, and whether all these returns, such as GST returns, TDS returns, are actually filed. uh, we do also a criminal check on the founders, and we ensure to investors that we have the right people and the right horse on whom you are betting on. Finally, we also do CBIL check on all the founders. Its past is definitely done. So we have recently closed Terra Foods, and we also had partial investment in Skippy. So Skippy is an all shark company coming on Shark Tank. Of course, Sibashish is there, and you will hear from him later. So we also have been a part of Booking Genie, and we are very happy to see how it's creating a difference in B2B SaaS. Similarly, we have also been supporting ventures who are having a social cause. So Matri supports menstrual care. They help to reduce menstrual pain, and we are helping these kind of startups that are providing scale and helping people, and all the sisters and mothers, helping them, and in a very difficult period that is there. Of course, we also closed Mitra round. Some of the last, I think, things are still pending, but yeah, the broad round announcement has been done. Uh, we would be announcing this afternoon the results of the TUDIP incubation program. So TUDIP has been our investor, and this was a new initiative that we did with them, and we launched an incubation program with them, and the result of that was will be announced later in the afternoon. Yeah. And of course, as Prachi was mentioning, our hydration partner is Jules, and Jules have been doing very well. And congratulations to the Jules, and they have got a 2 million term sheet from a US-based institutional partner, making that the biggest round close that has been coming. Of course, the DD is on, but hopefully we'll make a very big announcement soon. And of course, we have other partners, other investors also coming with them. Yeah, of course. And today, as we are here, we would also be doing the Mumbai meet, and we have good founders coming in. We also believe in good tech companies. So Enercom is there with us. Desi Farm in the past, has raised. Sony is doing really well, having raised. Today is actually cricket match final. So Rohit Sharma and Jasprit Bumrah have also invested in that, and hopefully today India also lifts the cup. So all the best to the Indian team also. Yeah. So moving forward, we have a tech first platform where you can go online, and you can go and invest. Uh, yeah, and we have good companies, not only Shark Tank, but outside too. We have very a robust curation model through which we bring the best startups to you. Of course, PDRL also is another very scalable drone tech company that we have. And to all the investors in the room and outside, I would want to say that private investment is one of the most lucrative asset classes. We see that private investment is is doing really well, and this is the right time for all investors to invest in this asset class. And I think they're very reasonable valuations now, and I think uh, the time, because of the testing times, we have very good founders. And of course, you can always look at Bestvantage as you choose the right startups. But of course, I would also give some guidance to the investors. Please build a portfolio of startups, diversify it across asset classes. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? So you can do like that. And yeah, of course. So what we do is that, so this is of course one event where we are connecting, but every Saturday we do a pitch day, and I think next week we'll have, this week, in fact, coming week we'll have Jules, and I think this week we did not have any showcase because we're having this session. So stay tuned, and this will be a very insightful session. So all of you guys, welcome once again to Best Vantage Mumbai Meet. Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you for enlightening us, sir. We have organized founder workshops with the purpose to allow peers to learn from other founders. With this in mind, we have organized a founder workshop with Mitra. You'll find that B2B businesses can be very challenging, but once you pass through certain hurdles, B2B businesses can be highly scalable and successful. I would like to invite the founder of Mitra, Mr. Abhishek Kaushik, on stage. Before founding Mitra 2 years ago, he worked with companies such as Tata, Canon, and Concentrix, which gave him the expertise to grow his business so exponentially. I'll hand over the mic to him so he can tell us more about leading business the Mitra way.
Thank you.
Prachi, and welcome, Abhishek. And
Thanks, Raman.
it has been a very interesting journey with Abhishek. Like, when we started, I remember, I told Abhishek that you are the right guy, but maybe you're doing a different business. So Abhishek came back to me with a new version, and we fell from him. He convinced me also to back him, and the rest is history. We have Mitra has grown from zero revenue now around 12 point something crore, yeah. And uh, like Abhishek has thought very different, where we had the D2C revolution early on, where people were looking at good thing, and of course D2C still continues. But he has built everything B2B. Okay, and many founders here would want to understand that how to build business. How to scale up a company to 12 crore. So Abhishek, welcome. And
Thanks, Raman.
yeah, Abhishek, you can share with the founders, because all the founders tell me that, okay, if I do D2C, I have high CAC. So how do I work around that? So B2B is one different kind of option that is there for all founders. But at the same time, Abhishek, many founders also tell me that it's very different. So can you share some of the experience and how you thought about not doing the traditional way but doing it B2B?
Thanks, Raman, and thanks for appreciating Mitra. I still remember a year back, Mitra was actually into a trading kind of a business, like what Udan is. We were building a similar kind of a model with regional brands, and then after that, we went into the manufacturing of the products, and we deal in essentials. See, B2B versus B2C, D2C has been a different ballgame altogether, always, and it would be. The point is that B2B is basically an offline distribution channel, the way you build it. But there are a lot of things which comes into the play. If people think that B2B distribution अगर online नहीं चला तो offline के अंदर try करते हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. अगर offline में आप नहीं चले तो 2 महीने में wipe off भी हो सकते हो market से. That is very important to look. I guess B2B offline distribution specifically set होता है कि आपको कौन से products बेचने हैं. This is what I think. That what product you are selling into the market, and then you choose कि हमें offline distribution करना है या online distribution करना है. But today, in today's world, people say that कि हमें सिर्फ D2C करना है और online नहीं करना है. I guess that's a myth now. I guess every brand now in today's world has to be omni channel, right? अगर मैं कहता हूँ कि अगर 70% of the revenue अगर D2C से आ रहा है, direct से आ रहा है, तो 30% of the revenue बाकी channel से आना चाहिए. और in fact, in today's scenario, looking at the way the customers are reacting to the products, I guess 50-50% जो है वो B2B और B2C दोनों का combination होना चाहिए. B2B की अगर मैं specifically बात करूँ, if I talk about B2B, distribution, wholesaler, retailer, and then to the end customer. The product has to pass 3 cycles. एमटी की मार्केट अलग होती है, जीटी की मार्केट अलग होती है, क्रेडिट साइकिल्स अलग होते हैं. राइट? आप जिस डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स के साथ काम कर रहे हो, वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर का क्रेडिट पीरियड कैसा है, उसका वर्थ कितना है, उसके नीचे कितने रिटेलर शॉप्स हैं, उसका नेटवर्क कितना बड़ा है, कौन से एरिया में टैप कर रहे हो, स्पेसिफिकली आप किस कस्टमर को टारगेट कर रहे हो, जिस एरिया में आप टैप कर रहे हो अपने प्रोडक्ट को, उसका कस्टमर का पर मंथली इनकम कितना है, हाउ डू दे रिएक्ट टू योर प्रोडक्ट। आई गेस ये बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं जो मैटर करते हैं। लॉट ऑफ टाइम्स आई हैव सीन रमन, be it B2C or D2C, B2C or B2B. Sometimes, as a founder, we lack कि हमारा प्रोडक्ट खरीद कौन रहा है। दिस इज द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम, राइट? Amazon पे वो बिक रहा है तो मैं भी बेच देता हूँ, ये बिक रहा है तो मैं भी बेच देता हूँ, राइट? दो चार प्रोडक्ट बिकते हैं और हम सोचते हैं कि है ना, सेल्स हैज स्टार्टेड, बट द प्रॉब्लम इज दैट वी डू नॉट एक्चुअली नो दैट हु इज आवर कस्टमर एंड व्हाई इज ही बाइंग। ये पता करना बहुत जरूरी है कि दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, स्पेसिफिकली इन द ऑफलाइन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मार्केट। कस्टमर तक पहुंचना बहुत टफ होता है बिकॉज यू कांट रीच द एंड कस्टमर, यू कैन ओनली रीच टू द रिटेलर और अ डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर। वो जो फीडबैक देता है उसके बेसिस पे आपका प्रोडक्ट रोल आउट होता है। बट आई गेस ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट हु इज द कस्टमर हु इज बाइंग योर प्रोडक्ट, व्हाई इज ही बाइंग योर प्रोडक्ट, राइट? ये बहुत रिपीटेशन जो आ रहा है आपका, वो किस बेसिस पे आ रहा है। आई गेस दीज आर द इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर्स। हाँ, प्रॉस एंड कॉन्स दोनों के हैं। बी टू बी का सबसे बड़ा प्रॉस अगर ये है कि नेटवर्क, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर नेटवर्क का जो स्ट्रेंथ है उस पे आप प्ले करते हो, उसको लेवरेज करते हो, लेकिन कैश फ्लोस को मेंटेन करना B2B में इज अ डिफरेंट बॉल गेम ऑल टुगेदर। आई एम नॉट सेइंग इट्स अ चैलेंजिंग गेम, बट आपका पैसा कहाँ जा रहा है, वेयर योर मनी इज गोइंग, फॉर हाउ लॉन्ग इट इज गेटिंग स्टक, what is the demand of the product and how the money is coming back. So I guess that is something which has to be really kept in mind while getting into B2B. B2C में तो ये होता है कि customer has bought the product, he has paid for you at a time. B2B में नहीं होता, that's a different ball game. So that is something which is required. लेकिन what I feel, amount of business what you can build into a distribution channel versus an online channel is a completely different ballgame, right? Mitra, in the last 1 year, 15 months rather, I should say that, we have delivered almost 16 crores of business. We have delivered 16 crores of order in the market in the last 15 months. Had it been I would have been a D2C, I wouldn't have been able to done even 2 crores of this. I'll be very, very honest with you. That's
Yeah.
the difference. And the amount of money what I spent on, I'm talking my category products, essential products. The amount of money what I've invested on marketing, that would have been a different ballgame. Today, we run a profitable company from the day one, and that's thanks to the distribution, B2B the way. So today, when investors comes to me and they ask that Abhishek, kabhi aap online mein jaoge? See, looking at the current scenario or the products what I have, I guess 90% of the revenue flows from the distribution, and every FMCG work company works like that. So we would be in distribution and growing it now. So ये चीजें, I guess this is very important to keep into a distribution when you're getting
Yeah,
into
so
B2B.
sometimes when I talk to investors, they also tell me कि मैं Amazon पे कहाँ खरीदूँ, but I tell them he is not on Amazon, so they get अरे कहाँ पे है? They get like, so we have to send them some product, to show them that actually what is happening. But Abhishek, you made a great point that working capital is something that people need to manage, and many brands come to me, D2C brands are trying to move to a omni-channel presence, to B2B. They tell me, अरे sir, they're asking me 45 days, 60 days of working capital. How do I manage that? So they say that I don't have any capital. How can I give them credit? So they say that I cannot start the wheel because I cannot give them credit. I don't have funds. So how do we break that circle, Abhishek?
See, it completely depends on the product. I'll be very, very honest with you. See, MT and GT markets have a graded kind of a period, but जरूरी नहीं, इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी दैट एवरी टाइम यू हैव टू गेट इनटू दैट मार्केट। मेरा मेरा प्रोडक्ट सुपरमार्ट स्टोर पे रखा रहेगा या लिमार्च में रखा रहेगा तभी बिकेगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। इफ यू हैव गुड डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स हु कैन वर्क ऑन अ क्रेडिट, डिसेंट क्रेडिट साइकिल, बिकॉज सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम क्या होती है कि जहां से आप रॉ मटेरियल प्रोक्योर करते हो ना, वहां तो आप कैश पे कर रहे हो, लेकिन जब आप मार्केट में बेच रहे हो उसको, तो आप उसको क्रेडिट दे रहे हो, तो ये बिल्कुल मरने वाली सिचुएशन है। Unless and until if you are not able to procure your raw material on a credit of 10 days and you're giving a 5 days credit in the market, that will actually work. That cycle will work. वहां 10 दिन का क्रेडिट है, यहाँ आपका 5 दिन का क्रेडिट है, लेकिन वहां अगर आप कैश खरीद रहे हो रॉ मटेरियल 100% और यहाँ आप क्रेडिट दे रहे हो, तो आपका पैसा ब्लॉक होगा ही होगा। सी, एमटी एंड जेटी मार्केट्स की बात करें, आप कोई भी ब्रांड की बात करो, लेट्स टेक एग्जांपल ऑफ लाहौरी जीरा। लाहौरी जीरा हैज बीन इन इंडिया फॉर द लास्ट 4-5 years, completely distribution model. We work on the same model. We have been able to build up a 350 crore. We have been able to build up a 350 crore company in the last 5 years, completely a distribution model. It completely depends on the demand of the product. When we started into the market, we gave a period of 15 days because we were new to the market, right? But today, the scenario is that we work on pre-booked orders. Today, the demand of Mitra is that, people, today the distributors, we have a queue that we have to supply 100 ton to the market in the next 15 days. So, या तो आपका product का demand increase हो जाए. demand increases in in the market, then you can play on the credit cycle. Otherwise, if there is no demand in the market, repetition orders नहीं आ रहे हैं, तो credit cycle बढ़ेगी बढ़ेगी because distributor won't take the risk of selling your product on the market. They say कि आप रख जाओ, जब बिकेगा तब हम पे करेंगे. But on the other hand, the exposure what you get to the end customer in terms of product, look and feel, वो distribution model से आता है. तो मैं ये नहीं कह रहा आप 100% distribution पे जाओ. It has to be a balance of 50-50%. To create a revenue in the market, the distribution channel has to be there. For rest of the thing, if you have to grow your gross margins and everything out there, the online का market है. So it has to be balanced out. लेकिन completely depends on your distributor कि आपका distributor उस product को कैसे बेच पा रहा है, आपका customer कितनी जल्दी repeat हो रहा है और shopkeeper distributor को कितनी जल्दी order place कर रहा है. That cycle you have to manage. So 50-50% has to be there in the market. This is what I feel. But yeah, ये pros and cons दोनों के होते हैं.
Yes. Another point that many founders when they come to me, they tell me is that, sir, actually, I went to the distributor, but now, like the how to manage those agreements, how to manage those payment cycle. There's lot of negotiation. They are they are dealing with so many brands. They are asking me for they're pushing me very hard. They're taking my margin. And of course, I will all the distributors. They're not against you, but it's all founders. Okay. So, but how to manage that, how to build those contracts in place.
I guess similar kind of a situation you face when you go to Zepto and Blinkit also. There's nothing new. I go to Amazon. Amazon is after my life to sell my products on Amazon, but I'm not selling it because Amazon is charging me 250 rupees for logistics. मतलब 400 रुपए का प्रोडक्ट मैं Amazon पे 650 में बेचूं. This is what Amazon is saying. 250 rupees for the logistics charges. Why should I pay? And who will buy in 650 rupees? मतलब unnecessarily मैं अपने को ट्राई करूं आईटीसी से compete करने के लिए तो doesn't make any sense for me, right? So I said no to Amazon. लेकिन ये जो हम negotiation बोल रहे हो ना, Raman, this happens with everywhere. So today, if Blinkit is taking my
Correct.
product and I'm selling it in the market, say for example, distributor price is 360 rupees, Blinkit will come to me and say that आप मेरे को 330 पे दे दो. और ये चीज distributor बोल रहा है कि आप मुझे 340 पे दे दो. तो this squeeziness kind of a thing, ये हर जगह है. This happens everywhere, and that's the negotiation has to happen, right? See, even like a Zepto or a Blinkit today is an online distributor for me. They are institutional distributors. वो मेरे से सामान एक X value पे खरीदेंगे और X plus 1 value पे ही बेचेंगे. अनलेस एंड अनलाइक Amazon जैसे मैं लिस्ट करता हूँ Amazon पे, वो अलग बात है. लेकिन these are all institutional distributors only, Raman. So this thing will happen. This negotiation will happen everywhere. You
Yeah.
can't stop it. But the point is आपको क्या लगता है कि अगर आप Blinkit पे प्रोडक्ट बेच रहे हो तो आपको पेमेंट हाथों हाथ आ रहा है? नहीं. Blinkit is also taking 15 days to pay you the payments.
Yeah, that's correct.
Zepto is also taking 15. OTP is taking 1 month to take you the payments. So you tell me, मतलब I'm just asking all the founders out there कि वी से D2C, वी से कि हम यहाँ बेच रहे हैं, मार्केट प्लेस पे बेच रहे हैं. आपका पेमेंट सिर्फ एक आपके प्लेटफॉर्म पे, तो आप ही के प्लेटफॉर्म पे तो आ रहा है. बाकी अगर आप जेप्टो, ब्लिंकिट या फ्लिपकार्ट या किसी को देगा, आपका पेमेंट महीने के अंदर ही आ रहा है. देयर इज नथिंग न्यू इन दैट.
Yeah, and Abhishek, sometimes one question that comes is that many brands.
वन पॉइंट रमन व्हिच आई
Uh,
मिस्ड
yeah,
इन सेइंग दैट कि डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर आपको तब तक प्रेस करता है जब तक आपके प्रोडक्ट की डिमांड नहीं हो. जिस दिन
correct.
आपके प्रोडक्ट का रिपीट शुरू हो गया, जिस दिन रिटेलर ने वापस आके बोल दिया, कस्टमर ने वापस आके रिटेलर को बोल दिया कि मुझे यही वाला प्रोडक्ट चाहिए, then you start playing on the credit cycle. Today, that's the reason I told. When we started with 10 days credit cycle, and today we work on cash on delivery in both the products, oil and flour both. So because the demand is high, if a new brand will come into the market, so obviously 5-10 days, and वो बिल्कुल जायज है because reason being is a new product into the market, right? Customer distributor बोलेगा कि यार आप रख के जाओ, let me take a feedback and then I'll place the new order. So वो जायज है. So but today that's what I said. So we work on a 78% repeat ratio today. So the demand is too high that we don't have to work on credit. So it depends on how you mold the cycle.
Yeah, so another question that founders were transitioning to B2B tell me that sir, I sent it to the distributor some 2 crores of products they were lying there. End of the year we went saw they were not sold. So all those products have come back to me and they have come in such a shape that today I cannot sell them. So that was a huge loss, inventory write-off. That story. I am sure many founders will resonate with that these things also do happen. So Abhishek also wanted to check that as a founder, see now there are questions like 2 questions to this. As a founder, how you manage your distributor in a way that inventory is properly, like do you properly kind of have much monitoring over it? Do you have your own staff? But then if you have your own staff, people say that sir staff bhi rakhna hai, it becomes so expensive. So that is also one question. Second thing is that like if I mean, how do you have contracts like some people say that okay I will not take returns, but then distributor say okay then don't come to me. So then how do you manage the situation and to manage these huge returns? And many people tell me sir the returns that came they were so huge I have to write off, and this has been the story with many brands. So that then it's a chaos and it comes in such a bad shape. So can we do something in the agreement? Can we say that I'll not take returns from you? So how do we manage this all these situations?
अगर आपने उठा के लाइन अगर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को बोल दिया दैट वी विल नॉट टेक रिटर्न्स, वो आपसे ₹1 का सामान भी नहीं खरीदेंगे. दैट्स अ वेरी हार्डकोर फैक्ट इन ट्रुथ. Today, even if Ashirwad ITC comes into the market and says that I will not take the returns, distributor will not even touch the product. It's very मतलब आप फ्लिपकार्ट से भी कोई सामान खरीदो तो 15 दिन का रिटर्न गारंटी है, राइट? आप उसको 4 बार चेंज कराते हो. तो आपका प्रोडक्ट इसलिए उसके गोडाउन में पड़ा हुआ है कि वो बिक रहा नहीं. बड़ा सिंपल रीजन है कि वो प्रोडक्ट की डिमांड नहीं थी इसलिए वो नहीं बिका है, राइट? अदरवाइज वो बिक चुका होता. द प्रॉब्लम इज दिस कि दैट डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर से कनेक्ट नहीं होता है लोगों का. उनको लगता है प्रोडक्ट जाके प्लेस कर दो, सेल्स वाले को पुश कर दो कि नहीं नहीं इतने प्रोडक्ट जाना ही जाना है मार्केट में, इतना टारगेट होना है, इतना रेवेन्यू होना ही होना है, इतने डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर टैप करने ही करने हैं. वो उठा के रख के आ जाएगा, उसके बाद जाता भी नहीं है. दैट्स एक्चुअली कंपनीज वर्क. दे डोंट गो एंड चेक. मतलब आप उसे गोडाउन में नहीं घुस रहे बट एटलीस्ट यू आर ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड कि वो प्रोडक्ट जो हमने प्लेस किया था उसमें से कितना बिका,
Exactly.
व्हाट्स द फीडबैक, क्या फीडबैक आया, कुछ चेंजेस करने हैं. जब तक आप ये कनेक्शन नहीं बना के रखोगे आपको पता नहीं लगेगा कि प्रोडक्ट स्टॉक कितना है. दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम. एंड इफ इट कम्स इनटू द बैड शेप, राइट, वो मैं ये नहीं कहता कि वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर का फॉल्ट है, वो फॉल्ट आपका ही है कि अगर आपका प्रोडक्ट बाहर रखा हुआ था आपने 6 महीने तक नहीं उठाया है और उसको चूहे खा गए तो व्हाट यू कैन डू, दैट्स योर रिटर्न. एंड इफ यू से दैट कि मैं रिटर्न नहीं लूंगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर साफ क्लियर मना कर देगा. सो एंड इट्स एवरीवेयर, be it online, be it offline. So the only thing to manage the stock is that कि कभी भी एक डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर पे इतना स्टॉक मत करो कि उसकी मोनोपोली क्रिएट करनी शुरू कर दो. आप कई बार डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स की मोनोपोली क्रिएट आप खुद ही करते हो. दे आर ट्राइंग टू ट्विस्ट योर आर्म्स कि नहीं नहीं ये प्रोडक्ट नहीं बेचूंगा इस एरिया में, आप किसी और को नहीं दोगे, ये आपकी गारंटी है, ये सब शुरू होता है. वंस योर प्रोडक्ट रीचेस एट हाई डिमांड तो वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर से शुरू करते हैं. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम इज दिस कि आप किसी एक को इतना स्टॉक मत, सुपर स्टॉकिस्ट को मत बनाओ अभी. आई फील बिकॉज आप न्यू कंपनी होते हो तो आपको हर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के साथ काम करना है. You have to work with every class of customer. You have to work with every wholesaler. So don't. अगर कोई डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर ये भी कह रहा है that I'll work with 100% cash on delivery, you give me a complete stuff to me in this area. Don't give it. कभी मत करना. क्योंकि जिस दिन उसका मोनोपोली क्रिएट हो गया वो आपके प्रोडक्ट को खत्म कर देगा मार्केट में. So you should have different set of distributors. Keep an eye on the stock कि कितना स्टॉक पड़ा हुआ है, कितना डिमांड आ रहा है. वो अगर ऑर्डर प्लेस नहीं कर रहा था तो मतलब स्टॉक पड़ा ही हुआ है इसके पास. दिस इज योर प्रॉब्लम कि मेरा प्रोडक्ट वापस क्यों नहीं डिमांड में आ रहा, मतलब वापस रिपीट ऑर्डर क्यों नहीं आ रहा उस डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर से. दैट इज समथिंग यू नीड टू चेक. एंड दिस इज वेरी क्लियर कि अगर प्रोडक्ट नहीं बिकेगा तो वो वापस आएगा. अगर आपने उसको बोल दिया कि मैं रिटर्न नहीं लूंगा तो ही विल नॉट इवन टच द प्रोडक्ट. एंड सेम गोज फॉर रिटेलर्स आल्सो. So this is the thing you have to keep in mind. Keep an eye on the distributor. Keep a go down check. कितना प्रोडक्ट है, कितना बिका है, कितना वापस आया, कितना रिटर्न है. That is something you have to keep in your mind. So प्रोडक्ट कैसे वापस आ सकता है, क्वालिटी इशू हो सकते हैं, कब फट सकता है जाते टाइम, ट्रैवल लॉजिस्टिक्स में कोई इशू हो सकता है. You have to return it. There is no other option. बाय वन गेट वन करके भी निकालोगे, अगर ये बोलते कि बाय वन गेट वन करके भी निकालते तो यू कैन पुश इट, बट अदरवाइज रिटर्न तो आपको लेना ही पड़ेगा. समथिंग वी हैव टू कीप इन माइंड.
And other question is that see all this is very important. But so how do you manage this? Like see, एक level तक it's possible to manage this manually, Excel file or something. But I think over a period of time you also need systems over it, right? So the systems, see, one of my very good startups, they actively do this is so if suppose something is lying in say Hosur and something is lying in Koramangala. So what they do is that and they know that Hosur, that X product line, and in Koramangala X product is sold off. So they move product from X to Y, and this only you will come to know when you are on the field, and when you have a management system through which you are saying matching the demand, because there is somewhere where the product is lying, and there are many places where the product already got stock out, because every stock out means that it's a loss of revenue. So
आई गेस B2B डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के अंदर एक चीज और भी होती है कि आपका टेक्नोलॉजी खर्चा बहुत कम होता है. टू मैनेज द वेयर हाउस मैनेजमेंट. आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को अपना प्लेटफॉर्म एक्सटेंड कर सकते हो बाद में, लेकिन एक लेटर स्टेज पे करते हो, टेक्नोलॉजी बाद में आती है. डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर वैसे भी आपका प्लेटफॉर्म क्यों यूज करेगा. इफ यू टॉक अबाउट इवन टॉप डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स ऑफ दिल्ली एनसीआर नॉर्थ इंडिया की बात करें So they are still working on a typical style of what they were working 30 years back. वही अपने एक्सेल में मेंटेन करते हैं, वो सब करते हैं. तो ईआरपी टेक्नोलॉजी बेसिकली इज व्हाट यू कैन इंप्लीमेंट बाय कनेक्टिंग ऑल योर वेयर हाउसेज एंड डार्क स्टोर्स. तो उससे मैनेज हो जाता है. लेकिन अदरवाइज अगर you're thinking कि मैं टेक्नोलॉजी को बियॉन्ड ले जाके डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के हाथ में दे दूं, जैसे कस्टमर के हाथ में ऐप होती है, देन actually you can't do that. So management of your warehouses happens. Your software can be plugged in at your warehouses only. आप उसको एक्सटेंड नहीं कर सकते आउटर वर्ल्ड को. वो आपके इंटरनल मैनेजमेंट के लिए होता है. और हाँ, स्टॉक आउट सिचुएशंस जो होती हैं वो बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट होती है. दिस इज व्हाट आई सेड. जब हमने शुरू में ऑयल वगैरह शुरू किया था एंड द डिमांड रियली वेंट अप लाइक एनीथिंग, तो हमें स्टॉक आउट की सिचुएशन आई थी. हमें ये पता नहीं था कि कितना इसमें अभी मस्टर्ड बचा हुआ है और कितना खत्म हो गया. सो आई गेस दैट इज समथिंग यू हैव टू कीप एन आई
Yeah.
ऑन, बिकॉज कोई भी रॉ मटेरियल को आने में, ऑर्डर प्लेस करने में 48 आवर्स का टाइम लगता है. दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट गाइस, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि उस लेकिन 48 आवर्स के अंदर अगर आपका मैनेजमेंट खाली बैठ गया, अगर आपके रॉ मटेरियल नहीं है पैक करने के लिए, देन योर 2 days प्रोडक्टिविटी इज गॉन. So that is something is very important to keep an eye on stock out situations and everything out there. So ये internal ERP software management जो होते हैं वो आपको मैनेज करने के लिए बहुत होते हैं. मतलब ऐसा कोई rocket science technology you don't require, but basically manufacturing setups and manufacturing platforms will work.
Yeah. So other question is that as like okay, started B2B business. Okay, it started now, and there's now some kind of traction that my product has now picked up in the market. Now the thing is that many people start to reach out to me. So while I was trying to build it for distributors, the retailer bhi aa jayega. If I've given a territory to a certain person, other person will come, sir, give me also territory. So these kind of conflicts would happen. Because retailer will come, distributor will come. The 2% will say, make me also as co-stockist. So it's, of course, it's a happy situation because the product is selling. But how to manage this situation and how to have a proper structure, because then eventually it should not happen that two people are fighting over territory and all that, and eventually the customer suffers. So what do you
It can
suggest
be
on
a
that?
happy situation and two dangerous situation also at a time. अगर आपने किसी भी रिटेलर का, होलसेलर का, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर का, अगर आपने उसका बैकग्राउंड चेक नहीं किया और आपने उसको स्टॉकिस्ट बना दिया और अपना प्रोडक्ट दे दिया, देन आई गेस इट्स अ प्रॉब्लम फॉर यू. कल को अगर पैसा अटक गया मार्केट के अंदर, देन यू आर गॉन, राइट? आप कोई भी बिजनेस, लेट्स लेट्स बी वेरी वेरी ऑनेस्ट. अभी बर्न को साइड कर देते हैं. लेट्स टॉक अबाउट प्रॉफिटेबल बिजनेस. मतलब आपने कंपनी में 100 रुपए लगाए, आपने अपना माल 10 रुपए 110 में बेचा, 10 रुपए का प्रॉफिट आया, आपने फिर 100 रुपए लगाए, आपने बेचा. दिस इज व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू मेक यू अंडरस्टैंड. हो तो पैसा ही रिवॉल्व रहा है ना. मतलब पैसा आ रहा है, पैसा जा रहा है, मनी इज रिवॉल्विंग, राइट? अगर आपका मनी के ऐसी जगह स्टक हो गया जहां से वापस नहीं आ पा रहा या कुछ बढ़ गया, देन यू आर गॉन, योर कंप्लीट साइकिल इज गॉन. सो यू नो आई अंडरस्टैंड इट्स अ हैप्पी प्रॉब्लम. हर कोई आ रहा है कि मुझे भी दे दो, मैं भी बेच लूंगा, मेरे को भी स्टॉकिस्ट बना दो, मुझे भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर बना दो. बट आई गेस एट द एंड ऑफ द डे यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि इस डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर का वर्थ कितना है, इस डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के अंदर कितने रिटेलर्स आते हैं, कितनी एमटी जीटी मार्केट को देता है, कितना हॉरिका मार्केट को देता है, उससे इसका कैश कलेक्शन का प्रोसेस क्या है, और डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर का नेट वर्थ कितना है. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है, मैटर करता है. हो सकता है डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर अपने रिटेलर्स को 15 डेज तक क्रेडिट दे रहा हो, लेकिन आपको कैश चाहिए, तो उसका वर्थ कितना है, आपको कैश फ्लो में. See, आपका डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर से दो रीजन होते हैं, दो ही चीजों पे मोहब्बत होती है, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट. एक, आपका माल कितना बेच सकता है वो, और सेकंड थिंग, आपको पैसे कितने जल्दी दे सकता है. उसके अलावा वो क्या करता है उसको आपसे मतलब, आपको उससे मतलब नहीं. आपको पता है कि ये मेरा पर मंथ ही कैन गिव मी 25 लाख रुपीस ऑफ बिजनेस और 30 लाख रुपीस ऑफ बिजनेस ऑफ दिस डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर, तो आपको उसी से मतलब होना चाहिए. उसका कुंडली में घुसने की जरूरत नहीं है. यू नीड टू चेक योर रिटेलर, किसका रिटेलर बेस कितना है और आपका उसका कैश फ्लो कितना है. दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज आप, और मैं ये भी नहीं कहता, आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि आप एक को ही बना दो. देयर हैज टू बी इन an area of 10 kilometers, what I feel, my thumb rule is that in an area of 10 kilometers, at least I have 3 distributors. वो डिपेंड कितना करता है कि मैं उनको कितना प्रोडक्ट देता हूँ, वो मेरे पे डिपेंड करता है, लेकिन एटलीस्ट 3 डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स होने चाहिए. अगर आपने एक को बना दिया तो मोनोपोली आ जाएगा, और देन ही विल स्टार्ट ट्विस्टिंग योर आर्म्स एंड ही कैन एक्चुअली डंप योर प्रोडक्ट एट एनी गिवन पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम अगर उसको नहीं बेचना तो. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. सेकंड थिंग, एक चीज और फैक्टर आता है इसके अंदर, अमन, कई बार हमें लगता है कि यार वी शुड स्टार्ट गोइंग टू रिटेलर्स. तो लगता है
Because of
कि
profit
हाँ,
margin issue
प्रॉफिट
बने रहता है.
मार्जिन, हाँ, कि मैं 2 टका फालतू कमा लूंगा, तो मैं रिटेलर्स के पास चला जाता हूँ, और उनको, और रिटेलर्स अप्रोच करते भी हैं, नो
करते
डाउट
हैं,
अबाउट
हाँ.
इट. आप जब मार्केट में ऑफलाइन में प्रोडक्ट बेचोगे, रिटेलर्स आप पे डायरेक्ट आएंगे कि आप हमें दे दो, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को हटा दो. आप फॉर एग्जाम्पल 10 रुपए फालतू ले लो अपने प्रोडक्ट में, दिस विल कम. द पॉइंट इज दिस, दैट इफ यू गेट इनटू दैट काइंड ऑफ अ साइकिल कि मैं रिटेलर से सप्लाई करना शुरू कर दूंगा, सबसे बड़ा पॉइंट, आपको लॉजिस्टिक्स का कॉस्ट बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगा. बिकॉज एक छोटे छोटे
हम्म.
रिटेलर्स होते हैं, छोटे छोटे उनके एवरेज टिकट साइज होते हैं, आपको लॉजिस्टिक्स का कॉस्ट इतना ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगा कि इसको मैनेज करना एक अपने आप में बॉल गेम है. सेकंड, आपका क्रेडिट साइकिल, इतना ज़्यादा बढ़ जाता है रिटेलर्स के साथ कि आप उसको मैनेज नहीं कर सकते। आपको एक डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर से 1 पॉइंट से फॉर एग्जांपल 2 लाख रुपए लेने हैं और वही 2 लाख आपको मान लो 25 रिटेलर से लेने हैं। डिफरेंट बॉल गेम। देन रिटेलर में आप फँस जाते हो। तो यू नो इट्स गुड टू बी ग्रीडी इन द बिज़नेस बट एट एन कॉस्ट मतलब इतना ज़्यादा ना हो जाओ कि मतलब उसमें आपका पैसा मार्केट में फँस जाए। एंड देन इफ यू स्टार्ट गेटिंग इनटू रिटेलर देन आपको डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन शिप में वापस आना बहुत भारी पड़ जाता है। सो दिस इज अ दिस इज अ साइकिल, दिस इज अ वे मार्केट ऑपरेट्स, यू नो, एंड हैज बीन ऑपरेटिंग फॉर द पास्ट 50 इयर्स। डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को दिया, होलसेलर को दिया, रिटेलर को दिया, कस्टमर को दिया। यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड एंड रिस्पेक्ट एवरी इंडिविजुअल इन दिस साइकिल।
Yeah.
यू कांट स्ट्रेट अवे गो टू द ठीक है D2C में
Cannot
हम
break
ऑल
the chain.
कस्टमर जा रहे हैं।
हाँ,
हाँ,
cannot break the hierarchy. नहीं तो
यू
फिर वो
कैनॉट ब्रेक द
प्रॉब्लम आ जाएगी।
हायरार्की। हाँ,
हाँ,
D2C में आप कस्टमर को बेचो, किसने मना किया? लेकिन इफ यू आर वर्किंग इन अ मार्केट you have to respect every
every
person sitting
person.
at the
Yeah,
hierarchy level. You can't bypass somebody, and then it becomes a problem for you. You have seen a lot of brands in the market doing, they were doing pretty well in the market, but at the end of the day, gamut mein phas ke they lost everything,
and
right?
maybe
So
Abhishek, in the interest of time, one last question I would want to ask is, even a distributor is like a micro entrepreneur, right? So when you are choosing a distributor, what are the characteristics you look at in that person? Like, what should be like, this? I've seen many brands fail because maybe, I'm running at 50 kilometer per hour, the distributor is running only at 25. So he's always a drag, he's always behind. I'm only pushing. So that kind of thing. And of course, no two people, will be the same. So it's like, having 10 entrepreneurs who are supporting you. But then how to choose the right partner? So that's the question.
I guess you have to, as I said earlier also in my conversation, you really have to look at the background of distributor, what kind of product he deals with, how many retailers he has, how what kind of MT and GT market he serves, you know, उसका cash flow का cycle कैसा है. I guess these are the things which have to be kept in mind. Is he really good in your product? Achha, one more thing. Every distributor can't sell every product. This has to be very really kept in mind. You know, if say for example, if Raman is a distributor and he is master of oil, so he can sell oil only. You can't push him to sell flour or spices, right? I'm just giving example from my portfolio products. So you know you have to really choose कि इसका इसका वर्थ कितना है, मार्केट में किस प्रोडक्ट में सबसे ज्यादा डील करता है, कितना मार्केट कवरेज है और कैश फ्लो क्रेडिट साइकिल कैसा इंपॉर्टेंट. So I guess these are the couple of factors which you have to keep in mind by choosing any distributor. बट पॉइंट ये होता है जब आप नया प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करते हो तो हमारे पास कोई चॉइस ही नहीं होती. आई बी वेरी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, हमारे पास कोई चॉइस नहीं होता, हमें जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर बोलते हैं जाके प्रोडक्ट रख देते हैं. लेकिन बियॉन्ड अ टाइम आफ्टर 6 मंथ्स और एन ईयर वंस यू
Hmm.
अंडरस्टैंड द साइकिल कि किससे मेरा कैसे कितना मेरे को मेरा प्रोडक्ट कितना कौन खरीद रहा है, हु आर माय
Correct.
टॉप 10 डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर, 5 डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स, उनके साथ आपको वर्थ उनके साथ काम जब आप करते हो तो दैट्स अ डिफरेंट बॉल गेम. See, when we started, we worked with 342 distributors. Today, if I say my portfolio has 342 distributors and 10,000 plus retail touch points. But the point is that I work with only top 80, 85 distributors only because मैं उन्हीं के डिमांड पूरी नहीं कर पाता एंड आई हैव अ सर्टेन कनेक्शन विद देम, राइट, कि वो कितना मेरे से प्रोडक्ट खरीदते हैं, किस लेवल पे खरीदते हैं, उनके रिपीट्स सबसे ज्यादा हैं और रिटर्न बहुत कम है. सो आई गेस ये थोड़ा-सा चूज़ करना पड़ता है, लेकिन ये आपको 1 साल, 1.5 साल, 2 साल के बाद आता है. इनिशियली तो यू हैव टू कीप इन माइंड कि ये जब मार्केट सर्वे करके ही आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को चूज़ करते हो. आई गेस दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर.
Yeah, so in the interest of time, I think this was a very insightful session for me, and thanks Abhishek for sharing your
थैंक यू मैन.
insights. And we love, like, I could have kept this conversation going, but unfortunately we have a pause. But Abhishek is available for the rest of the day, and you can exchange notes with him. So please give a round of applause to
थैंक्स रमन.
Abhishek,
थैंक यू.
and also we would want to give a small hamper to Abhishek for hosting this session for us.
Let's now welcome another incredible entrepreneur, prolific storyteller, seasoned sale advisor, and accomplished author, Sibashish Mishra, the CEO and founder of Booking Genie. Can we please invite Sibashish Mishra on stage? Shivashish is the CEO and founder of Booking Genie, and today he'll share his growth journey and he'll tell us about the challenges he faced while trying to raise funds in a tier 2 city. I'll just hand over the mic to sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Good morning. Like, I can start, right? Yeah. Thank you. So, just a quick poll before we start. Like, if you can scan this code or go to menti.com and mention this number 77566642. I think it's very awkwardly positioned QR. So, could do that. Okay, great. So once you are ready, if you get the question there, so you can just put your poll. I have just two people there joined yet. Uh, are you facing difficulty in joining? You can go to menti.com. The code you have to apply is 77566642. Well, the your startup is based at a metro city or a large city like Bangalore, Pune, or Ahmedabad, or a tier 2 city, or you are from Mars. I mean, this is all you have to respond. Okay, great. So majority of you are from metro city. Okay, and let's move on. Okay, so your type of startup is like tech startup or non-tech startup. A third one I don't want to say. Okay, great. I mean, that's wow, a lot of non-tech startup. I'm happy that nobody is time pass. Great. Okay, let's move on. What stage of startup you are? Like it's an idea stage. You have already a prototype and gone to the market. Product is market fit, growth, or I'm still figuring out. Okay, amazing. Like very matured startups here that I can see. Okay, I'll move on. Fund raised like pre series or pre seed seed pre A, or why should you tell us? Okay, so nice. Very early, pre-stage, seed, pre-A. Great. I think the right forum, Raman, like when Best Advantage is looking at pre-A, A series, typically all this series, wonderful out there. So now, who is important for you? A co-founder, an investor, customer, mentor, girlfriend, boyfriend, spouse? This is a rating, like you have to rate, like, okay. Okay, come on. Investors should not be in the third. Okay, so just six people have responded. I think some more can come. Like let's cross 10. Okay, somebody said spouse in business. So spouse must be a co-founder then. Wow. Yeah, nine. One more. Can I have one more respondent? Wow, this is great. Like customer, co-founder, investor. Amazing. Thank you for that quick. So this works. Yeah. So thanks a lot. First of all, Bombay has been what I am today is because of Bombay. This credit goes to Bombay because first time I saw Bombay was in 2001 when I was already 22 years old, and that was the first time when I saw a large city. I come from a two-tier city, Bhubaneswar, and after doing my management degree from Xavier's Institute of Management in Bhubaneswar itself, first time I see this large city, and I stayed here for 10 years. Lot of gratitude to this city for whatever I am today, and therefore I start my slide with thanking Bombay. Uh, you know, I didn't know what a startup is all about, how the funding happens a decade ago. But, in 2001, I took a plunge to entrepreneurship, and I didn't know entrepreneurship kya hota hai. It was like starting something of my own, right? I didn't know what a startup word exists or not. So I said, kuch karna hai apna kind of. So then I plunged into this uh, doing up something of my own at the helm of affair. So I was working here in one of the largest financial service company as a vice president here, and then I said, let me do something of my own. So I think this is not reachable so far. Yeah, ये पास से ही काम कर रहा है. So uh, when we started Booking Genie in 2018, we were really covered by money control and CNBC. We were in 2018 CNBC Young Turk those days, and because of our idea of how we disrupt this travel business, and we are a B2B SaaS company for your information. And I will just focus today on my journey of fund raising, and if that can help some of you in understanding the landscape of investment and how you raise funds, that will be very helpful. I will be glad. So this was a 2020 news article. We have been covered by a lot of news article after that, but let me bring it to you. My favorite, uh, you know, uh, definition of a startup, which comes from Peter Thiel, Zero to One book. I'm sure many of you have already read this book. But it says about a startup is, or I can say a founder is a person who can convince a largest group of people to build a different future. And who are this group of people? I mean, if you talk about this group of people, whom कहाँ से आते हैं ये लोग? This group of people we are talking about. So this group of people are co-founders, early employees, investors, customers, advisor, mentors, partners, community, and ecosystem. I'm sure you would relate now. So every time when we as a founder wake up in the morning, we have to convince somewhere, hey, tomorrow is going to be a better day. To my co-founder, to my employee, to my investor, to the community, to my customers, that hey, we are bringing a better future. Yeah, there was bug this time. Tomorrow it won't be there. So these are constant promises that we make to our significant people in our journey, and the most important person here is the investor. I think because today's discussion is all about investment. So for me it was one fine day I said, let's start this. And this was a tech company. I didn't had much of savings, but we said, let's do it. And we hired a bunch of kids way back in Bhubaneswar. I am sure there are not much talent available there, but whatever were there, said we will roll this game. So on the day one we started, and for fundraise, what is important is, don't go by picture of me and my co-founder. What I wanted to show you is the vision wall in my company. So from the day one, we were fixated at, let's have the vision, very compelling vision. Now this compelling vision came from a different area. I am not a travel guy, not a techie guy, but I tried to solve this problem of a hotel owner. When I was traveling once to abroad because of my corporate business, I stayed in small boutique hotels. And in US, you find all these hotels and Mehta's owning a lot of hotels. And they said me that, hey, don't book through booking.com of the world. Why don't you email me and I'll keep you reservation? And not only that, I'll give you a 15% discount. So that rang a bell. And I said, what's happening here? So the vision of Booking Genie came from that candid conversation between a hotel owner way back in 2016, when we said, how can this conversation from email can convert into technology? And we started with very humbly in 2018 with 100 customers in India. And then we kind of solved their problem, and today we are here. So the vision is very important for before you even raise your fund. Uh, in fact, later on, when we raised the fund, because this wall and this fancy plaques you see were after we raised fund, not before we raised fund, right? So we couldn't afford this kind of wall or this kind of thing. So why this picture is very important to me. After I raised my first seed fund in 2018 from a Singapore angel and Mumbai, from another angel from Kolkata, I literally hired this lady out here who is a HR consultant to talk. Those days we were just 30 people working at Booking, and we said, she interviewed everybody out there and found out the commonality, the vision, and all, and that was laid till today. So from CEO to the frontline employee in our organization, everybody were interviewed. She spent almost 3 months in deriving this vision statement for us. We knew our vision statement. We just did not want to just articulate it, write it like from today, generative AI can do that for you. But we really did it hard way, and today we celebrate this vision of ours. For an investor also, this is very important. If you are clear about your vision, then the story that you are compelling story that you are telling to the vision is always, it doesn't have any gaps. It's a compelling story that you can create. Uh, my first funding to ideation to execution was very interesting because it was not from an angel, it was not from someone whom family friends. It was a grant. I was lucky enough. Startup Odisha was just getting birth, and we applied for it, got a 15 lakhs of grant from them. Luckily, we don't have to return anyway. I mean, that was so grateful that. So, what I'm trying to tell you is, when we start the business, is the first level of funding can be a grant, which you will be missing out somewhere nearby itself. Very early stage prototyping. So today's governments are very much, and universities are very much into it. So when we are starting the business, grants helps a lot. Uh, Now, next thing investor looks, that's me, by the way. So this was again 2018 when we were a small team with almost 12 people working then. Uh, After we got this small little bit of fund, that time the first primary thing that we needed was a tech team, a team that can call people, a team that can keep my accounts. It was very small team, very tightly, one room office, one room startup. So if a investor always looks forward for a team. However, for the first investment, in my opinion, the founder's credibility is very, very important. The angel doesn't look at, show me your VP, show me your manager. I want to talk to somebody else. But by the time I raised a series, pre-A series this time, led by IPV and Raman helped me a lot in this journey. Uh, so during this time, I was during due diligence and everything. My CTO was interviewed, my head of growth was interviewed, my marketing head was interviewed. People flew to Bhubaneswar to see how our compliances are, what kind of ERP, CRM are we maintaining, do we have compliances, so on and so forth. Uh, so now coming back to my first journey of Angel, if we are talking about, now it's very interesting, and I just want to share this story with you. Now this conversation happened in an airport, right? So I mean, I'm just saying that how relationship matter, and I'm quoting a founder here. Now, he's Singapore, and luckily in my Mumbai days, I was serving in a, like I said, in the largest financial service company. That time, he was my customer, NRI customer, NRI mate. Well, he was basically a citizen of Singapore, but he had wealth management, here in Bombay. I had some relationship, and we picked up. And he's an old guy, around 75-year-old. We meet him in the airport, and I was discussing my idea with him. This was 2018, and he says, "Hey, Sibash is great. I mean, how can I help you?" I said, "Money. I mean, we were raising funds, and this is how you can help us." So he said, "How much?" I said, "Well, that time the dollar value I just calculated in my back of my mind. It was I was asking for 25 lakhs, and it was around $30,000, I think." So he said, "Okay, great." I mean, we wished goodbye to each other. He got another flight. I got another flight, and 4 days after, I got a remittance letter from my bank saying that you have this money waiting for you. So this was my first fundraise. So, but uh, it is happy because I maintained that relationship with this guy. So it was completely trust. Today also, Rajaratnam does not know really what we do. He knows Synthesis is there somewhere in India and doing a significant business, and his wealth has grown by probably 10x now in paper because he has not exited. But he's happy that his wealth has increased by 10x. Now his son also takes care of the wealth because he's getting older. So his son have a call with me at least once in a 6 months to look at his assets and all. So that's how we cannot spoil any relationship. You never know who will give you what kind of fund, what kind of connection. Uh, it's really complex, right? So I have investors with me whom I have never met. One of my investors I'm just meeting here for the first time. Uh, at least 20 of them I have never spoken to till today. So these kind of uh, like Raman kind of helps us, best advantage platform helps us to take leverage of this kind of thing. Now, this was 2018 when, like I really said you, that was not a fancy wall before funding. So this was real picture when we really started in 2018, somewhere in Bhubaneswar from a small place. And yeah, well, that's me basically on the pagdi. Uh, so this is the latest picture that we can see with a nice office, and also we have stood to what we have said. So with every investment raise, we had a milestone. Investment of 6 crores by then in our company. Then I said, before I would call the investor and talk something about us, they would call me and say, "Hey, Ashish, don't worry. We even don't know how this thing will be navigated." I mean, this is an unprecedented moment we are going through. This was mid of 2020 year, and in 2020 January we just raised our seed fund. So they were constantly calling us. They were looking at him whether I was imagining whether Sivas is alive or not. COVID में चला तो नहीं गया kind of, but of course not that. They used to constantly tell me, Sivas, don't worry. I mean, we constantly are with you. If needed, the moment we surface from COVID, we will give you a bridge round or whatever you need, but just don't give up. We are strongly with you. So that's the power of investment. And trust me, when we surfaced, really, everybody kind of came up. They made us understood how do we conserve cash during this journey, and we were really, really more stronger with the product because during this time of COVID of 18 months, we worked on our products, on the tech product, and came out emerging as much stronger than we entered with during COVID, entering COVID and exiting COVID. We were much, much stronger. Our average ACV, contract value, being a SaaS company in pre-COVID and post-COVID were 3x more. So that's the story of us. So this is when founding comes out 2018. We got the pre-sale. Then January seed, which I was saying, and then March COVID happened. Recently we raised our pre-A. I think Ramanji and Best Investment helped us a lot in this. I think Raman is a very, very friendly guy. I mean, I think uh, I could really openly speak about my challenges I am facing. This kind of investor I want. This kind of investor I don't want. Uh, so these conversations I have never seen with any of the platform that I have worked earlier. I think thanks to Raman for being there as a mentor. I always call him that he is my Chanakya. I mean, if I am running this battle, he is my biggest advisor today, and he really tells me we have a conversation once at least in a month over a call, and he really fine tunes the idea of how we raise the fund. And many a times when I'm pitching, he would just give me a last minute one liner which will shape that pitch to the next level. uh, yeah, this is very important. Forums like this where networking and finding the right investor, so investor finding is always a matchmaking kind of. All investor will not work for you, or you will also not work for all investor. So you have to find the right wavelength of investor. For example, I would relate my stories. Initially when I started, I was mentioning 2018, somebody came to me and said, hey, I am going to invest 10 lakhs for 50% of the company, and I agreed also. And he really invested 10 lakhs, and later on there was no paper done and all. Later on, the way I grew, I said I am going to refund your 10 lakhs, and I did that in three tranches. I did that. It was very, very difficult to do that, but I really got rid of that. So these kind of investors also will come and tell you. I have people till today coming to me saying that uh, ठीक है आपका valuation 150 crore है ठीक है, but I will invest only 10 lakhs but get a 0.5% equity, rest मेरे को advisory दे दो. I don't know what kind of advisory you need, but you need advisory. But real investor will never ask like this. They will really fund money, and they will be with you throughout the journey. They will not ask you मेरे को advisory equity दे दो, वो equity दे दो, sweat equity दे दो. So I have seen uh, all kind of investors in my life, but people have paid me. And for example, India Mate CEO is one of our investor. They pay me. He blocks quarterly 2 hours for me. I fly to Delhi, spend this 2 hour. Now imagine he has put money against the valuation and also giving us this 2 hours a quarter, which is immense. One of my client became an investor, Kapil Chopra. He was the ex CEO of Oberoi, a group of hotels, now running chain of hotel called Postcard. Now he's a great hotelier and a great person. I think you can search him in LinkedIn. Uh, so he's a celebrity kind of hotelier, you can call it. So he not only become our investor, but he also put money. Now the same case, every 6 months I go to him, meet him. He would say like, uh, I would have actually my meeting happens with him. Three top enterprise customer name. I will find out my difficult client name. I'll go and sit with him. Now he will find his connections, and the selling happens with him. So he's an investor and also given a lot of valuation to us. He's invested in my early stage, but then because of him, my valuation of my company is growing every day. So, right investor are very important. Uh, I think I will not take much time here. Uh, well, what the investor want? investor always essentially the money is definitely there, but many a times I found that more than the money, most of my investors are like, uh, you know, I can say millionaires or more than that. I can say, you know, what I have figured out that the investor when he talks to you, he kinds of sees his younger version in you, right? So it's very important to connect that. So I have seen many of my investor when I talk to them, they will see, hey, in fact, I did not. This is typically for a angel investor I am talking about. I, in my that particular age, could not do this, though I was thinking about it. Can I help this boy or this girl to achieve his dreams? So this is how angels mostly pitch in. So we have to be really, really integrated in terms of when we were talking to them. And besides, our numbers should be very, very clear. Yeah. Then the valuation, if it comes to, I am quoting here Airbnb CEO, founder, basically, Brian, who says that don't be so much cribby about valuation. So valuation is something that is a byproduct of your, uh, what you are doing, how attractions are built. So initially, let's not be so much, because it's always a founder. It's my baby, right? I always value my baby like 100 crores, 200 crores, whatever. And an investor will always say, nahi yaar, tera 100 crore nahi hai, 10 crore ka valuation hai tera. So this conversation will go and go and go and on. But people like Raman makes it very simple for us, and they kind of arbitrage. They help us to be uh, set our feet on the ground, and this is very critical in terms of valuation, because most of the investors shy out from us with this kind of valuation, because we are always not ready to accept what a founder is bringing on the table. So therefore, I think this is tricky one, but then these kind of platforms helps with a lot of due diligence. When Raman pitched in, I was to the investors, basically this is, I never saw somebody checking CIBIL score. I was scared actually whether my CIBIL will be below, somewhere. So he kind of convinced me, chalo, Google Pay mein jaake ek screenshot bhej do and all. So that kind of due diligence they are doing, and so we should trust people like him in terms of valuation as well. Uh, Rejections, yeah. If you pitch to 10 investor, I think 5 to 6 of them will reject, and that's how the learning comes. Because every time somebody rejects, you learn from there, and then your pitch becomes sharper and sharper. So therefore, we should not hesitate in pitching anytime. And finally, uh, build a compelling narrative. That storytelling has to be there. It has to be very, very compelling for you, and know your numbers inside out. This is very important. Spreadsheet helps. No matter how much chat GPT you do, but you have to crunch the number yourself. And great, I have till today month on month planning ready, and sometimes miss it. Many times we miss it, but we hit also many times, and that makes us grow. Uh, Strong relationship, traction, and as a co-founder, I want to tell you, fellow founder, I want to tell you, please take care of your health, because when you get into a job in a senior level, imagine they also do medical tests. But my investors, or the investors currently, they will never do a medical test on you. They just get into your vision, right? So you being healthy is very important for your future and your startups. Thank you so much. Would love to take some answer questions if you want, or otherwise.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for this. It was really insightful. I have two questions. One, you said you're in B2B SaaS. So just want to understand your experience with B2B SaaS in India versus B2B SaaS
See,
outside.
B2B SaaS in India, the segment we are a vertical SaaS company specific to hotels. So there are two types of SaaS. One is horizontal SaaS, where the product is applicable to anybody. For example, Zoho, Freshdesk, or any of the SaaS company. So for those kind of startups, I think global reach is very important. For us who are mostly focused on SMBs hotels, I think India is a large market for us. Though we have business outside India, for example, in from Thailand, Singapore, Bangladesh, Bhutan, all this periphery area, but strategically we have not gone there yet. Like marketing strategy in terms of, but we are highly focused in India. It's been overwhelming. To answer you, in India itself is a very very large market in hotel for us. So
So
for
when
the
you say
next
large, you mean it's a 200 crore, 300 crore market, and
it
you're
is
in,
in India. The hotel business is $57 billion.
right.
Yeah,
So your investors don't question on if
57
at
billion.
all you're moving to the.
$57 billion is a large market, ma'am, to work with. So
So
investors
there's
are
no need.
very happy.
Okay.
It's not a 2-3 billion
Yeah.
market.
Yeah.
Globally, it's a $500 billion market, and we will be targeting US market probably in next 9 months time.
Okay.
My go-to market of US is already ready. This raise was basically for that.
Yeah.
Going to market in US and strengthening our product line, DIY,
Yeah.
self-serve
Yeah.
model, and so on
Yeah.
and so forth. So we are all poised for that. I think this commitment for the promise for this investment was going to US, uh, getting the revenues almost 3x growth in our revenue.
The reason I asked is because this is generally a question that comes for B2B SaaS. At least we've experienced it about what's the plan for the US when even India is such a big market. So
So
thank you for sharing.
just to say the landscape of SaaS company, Indian SaaS company doing well in India and then going to US or other markets
Yeah.
are very very promising. My
Right.
most relevant company that's my closest is Zenoti. Zenoti was a software company which dealt with only spa and salon management software company.
Mm.
Now they were Hyderabad based, kind of 2014, I mean, 2012 actually raised fund, and they were significantly growing like us, what we are doing. But in 2018, they took a decision to go to US market and so on and so forth. And within 2 years, they became a unicorn. So that's very important to go to large market. But then looking at saloon and spa market in India is not relatively so large than in US and other countries. But hotel business, I am strong believer that in India itself, it's a very very large market. I can still be a unicorn in India
From
from
India.
Bhubaneswar.
Sure. The second question was, you mentioned that you have to be very mindful on who you bring on your cap table in terms of the investors, and you told us the right things to look for. What do you think besides valuation would be a plan for not so good capital?
I mean, these kind of things that I was mentioning, like you know, people saying that I want to be in your board, right? So early stage they want to be in the board. They want to be uh, advising too many things to you. So before even they invest, they start advising you. These kind of will be a red flag to you. And I think because as a smart investors will never bother you, will never say you, hey, ऐसे क्यों कर रहे हो, ऐसे क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो. They will question you on once in a 6 months. Tough questions they will ask you. ये numbers क्यों नहीं हुआ, ये क्यों नहीं हुआ, you will never doubt on you. A smart investor. See, basically, there are kind of investors who have a lot of money. Now they do not. It becomes a lifestyle for them. I'm sorry to tell. I mean, in this forum, but they feel that it's a status now to start investing in startups. It's like a kind of a designation in LinkedIn, that angel investor. So these are the investors. They will find dumb startup founders and try to mentor, nurture them. So this is a category of investor which is affluent, like in India today. But there are another kind of investors. See, all of us know, find people smarter than you and work with them. As a founder, I am been told always to hire people who are smarter than me. But then for investor also, it's true. They have to find smarter founders than themselves, whom they just want to put money and then leave them alone. Like I am finding let's say a marketing head whom I do not want to micromanage every day, right? So that's the best thing that I think I will have. I think that will be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking us on your journey and sharing your story with us. Can I please invite Sonal, co-founder of Rocka, to present sir with a token of our appreciation? Have you guys ever found yourself wondering, क्या startup debt सही है? Do you know the strategic advantages of using debt to finance your startup? Let's deep dive into an often overlooked aspect of startup funding with Sudhanshu Basin, the Chief Business Officer and Head of Investments at Rigor.
Welcome, Sudhanshu. Uh, please. And Yeah, so we have an interesting session today with Recker Club, and we have the honor of hosting Sudhanshu, who's CBO at Recker. So welcome,
Thank you.
Sudhanshu.
Thank you so much.
And actually, this was a very interesting discussion that I had with one of the team members. I'll mention Aditi. She was telling me that you have a very good session. Everything is about startup equity, but nobody's talking about debt, and that hit me that yes, why are we not talking about this? So maybe like I would request Sudhanshu to introduce Recker and what services, like we have many founders looking at. And guys, debt is the cheapest form of capital, and of course Sudhanshu will share more light on it. So Sudhanshu, over to you, and please explain what Recker Blink, because there are many founders here and they would love to listen, the insight, and what is the value add from Recker that you provide.
Sure. No, first of all, thank you so much for having us here. I understand when it comes to fundraising for startups, everyone is focused on equity, and maybe rightly so at the earlier stages of the company. But I think as the company grows, as they establish their PMF, the revenue starts coming in, profitability, you're closer to profitability, then debt also becomes a relevant source of capital for all the companies, right? So at Recker, what we are basically a fintech platform providing debt capital to startups and SMEs, right? So we come in once the company has established some PMF and has, let's say, about at least 2 crores in terms of their ARR. And post that, we are able to provide different sort of structures to them, varying from unsecured term loans to capital debt to even bank financing later on. Right. So in terms of quantums, anywhere between 20 lakhs up to 20 crores, depending on the stage of the company, right, where the company is. And the journey is more, founder friendly versus, let's say, banks, right? We understand that, some of these companies are don't have very good, let's say, seasoned CFOs, so the accounting is a little, they don't have much time for that. So we are able to work with alternate data sources to provide them debt in a timely manner. In, let's say, within 2 to 3 weeks, we can disburse capital to them overall.
Yeah, and I've seen, Recker, it's a very good platform, and it's very easy and very intuitive kind
Yeah,
of a
yeah,
platform that we have. They've used they're a kind of tech-heavy platform where they have leveraged tech, and it's very interesting and kind of self-explanatory. You don't require 10 people or manual. I have not seen this mail. This is missed out. Everything is in a very structured way.
So
So
what we try to do there is rely on primary integration. So we can, if you guys are using, if the startup is using Zoho, then we can directly integrate with Zoho. We can integrate with GST. We can integrate with your banking stack, so that you don't have to manually sort of upload anything, right, on the platform. And we've built sort of a very DIY journey where founder or even CFO or finance person can come to the platform, just integrate their data sources, and based on that, we can quickly turn around with what we can do.
yeah. So maybe Sudhanshu can just tell us what is the criteria that is there if I want to take debt. Like, what should be there? What should my balance sheet? What should be numbers? Quickly two, three
Yeah,
snapshot. Because if I'm a startup, at what level do I start,
yeah, yeah.
taking debt?
So obviously, for a very early stage startup, I would say equity is the right
Best
form
way.
of
Yeah.
capital because if you're
PMF is
pre-revenue or PMF, then debt capital maybe is not the right capital for you at that stage. But once for us, if you hit a revenue range of 2 to 3 crores per annum, we do look for a runway of at least 6 to 9 months, right? So that we are pretty, confident that the startup will be able to return the money. So those two are the key criteria that we look for. In terms of sectors, we are pretty flexible. Apart from some of the, Web3 and crypto, those sort of sectors. But other than that, we are pretty flexible in terms of the kind of companies that we look at.
Yeah. I was saying actually, like, they have around, I think, around 1,000 crores you have done,
Yeah, so we have done about
facilitated.
1,200 crores
Yeah,
and
1,200.
across
Yeah.
500 companies in over the last 3 years since
Yeah.
we've started.
So, like, this is a good platform, if you look at, the things. So, like, sometimes, as you mentioned, it's quite sector agnostic. So, you need not think, because there are certain platforms you look at only D2C or something, but
Yeah,
any kind of business can do that. Another question, so that comes when I talk to, like, founders, they tell me is that, oh, do I need to give any collateral? How does it work? I don't have any collateral. I'm a D2C brand. So, like, how do I, like, take that? So, can you, like, clear some of the misconceptions?
I think traditionally इंडिया में जो पूरा lending है वो collateral based रहता है, especially from banks, right? So either you give a personal property or something, or now to banks credits also, they have opened their horizon and they have started lending based on FD margin या cash collateral देखो. So if you give them, let's say, 2 crore का FD, against that they will give you 2 crore का OD or something like that, right? But effectively that doesn't really help the founder क्योंकि उस उतना ही collateral दे दिया उसमें. We generally come in as unsecured lenders, right? So we are able to lend without any collateral, right? Up to a certain amount, let's say up 3 to 4 crores, we can do unsecured, where we will lend only based on the strength of the balance sheet and cash flows. But we will not take any, let's say, FD or property or anything, right? So which is pretty founder friendly in that sense, especially for startups which tend to be asset light, right? D2C companies or even SaaS companies, the current startups are more asset light in nature, so they don't have any collateral to give as such.
Yeah. So at the other spectrum, there are many assets, like your companies, say, I can see some of the founders, they have assets with them, hardcore manufacturing assets. Some of them have land, some of them have, kind of property. So for them, what is the criteria?
Yeah, so there, what we do is we also operate as a marketplace where we are able to connect them to lenders if we are not doing from our own balance sheet, right? So obviously, the more the security, the better the prices for you, right? If you're able to provide some collateral in terms of cash or in terms of property or anything, then it helps to bring down the price or the ROI for the company. And more structures come into the picture. We can do longer tenure term loans. We can do working capital, other things as well. But if you have a collateral to give, then definitely ROIs and all those terms can be much better for you guys.
Yeah. So the thing is that in that discussion we can have, in case, founders want to kind of
Yeah.
raise,
So obviously, I mean, every situation is unique,
different. Yeah.
where we can bring in different products and different structures. Once a company comes to us, registers with us, we have our team who then consults with them and advises on them also on the best use case of that capital. Because
Mm,
while equity can be used for more uncertain use cases where your payback is not certain, debt is more suitable where कि इतने दिन में payback आ जाएगा and वैसा उसका return है. So
correct.
both predictable use cases में you can use more debt.
Yeah. And other question, sometimes people, like, founders tell me, oh, I get a bank business loan from bank. Oh, so should I choose this or should I choose Recur? So, how would you kind of distinguish between them and help founders, make the right decision?
So generally जो unsecured business loans होते हैं from either banks or NBFCs, they cap their exposure at 25, 30 or max 50 crores, right?
Mm,
Unsecured business loans, banks won't go beyond 30, 50 lakhs, right?
mm,
उसके beyond नहीं जाएगा. We have the advantage that we can go up to, let's say, 3 crore, 4 crore in unsecured only, right?
Hmm.
अगर उतना आपको किसी बैंक या एनबीएफसी से रेज करना है तो टिपिकल डीएसए मॉडल इज कि आप 10 एनबीएफसी से या 10 बैंक से 20-20 लाख रुपए रेज कर लो, राइट? बट देन यू हैव टू मैनेज ऑल these guys and you send them your MIS and quarterly and stuff like that,
Correct,
right?
correct.
Here you just have to talk to one person and you can raise 2 to 3 crores just from one source.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So that's how it works.
yeah,
I would also want to check within the room there are any questions that you guys have on this product, and I'm sure many people would also are thinking about it and talking about it. So any questions, please raise your hands and we'll come to you.
yeah. That's nice. Thank you so much. Yeah,
So I wanted to understand that, what I felt while dealing with Recker,
yeah,
right? Management of yours, basically people who were dealing in that, were more, towards, basically they are looking out for startups who have their own payment gateways, kind of a thing, where you can do a tie-up and from there you can naturally recover the payments. That's okay. I understand that, completely
yeah.
understand. But now the brands are going omnichannel, right?
Mm,
Say,
mm,
for example, I talk about me, right?
mm.
I'm a completely distribution, very hardcore.
Yeah,
So I wanted to understand, at that given point of time, you know, there was actually no way out for you guys to lend money to the
got it,
distribution companies,
got it,
right? This is what I'm trying to
got it.
understand. So where, what steps are you taking for them?
No, so we have also evolved. I think at some point of time, because we are unsecured, so sometimes the recovery mechanism becomes through payment gateways, right? Because we are able to capture cash flows from the payment gateways, and which reduces the risk when we are doing large quantums in unsecured, right? But now we are okay to, let's say, even if a company does not have a payment gateway, completely offline business, right? Even in those cases, we are able to maybe do a natch, monthly natch mandate on that, on the current account of the company to recover the repayments. So even if you don't have a payment gateway and your payments are coming in bulk from distributors or something like that, so in such cases, we can apply a monthly natch on a specific date to recover the repayment. So I think that is no longer a challenge for us right
No, I got it. But basically, what I wanted to convey is not about finding a solution to that, but basically it's all about mindset. Basically,
now. Yeah, yeah, no,
how the things
absolutely.
have to work in
Yeah,
the future.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's
No, so I think business models are evolving, startups are evolving.
absolutely.
When we started out 3 years back, we had certain thesis in mind. I think since then we've also come a long way and explored new business models which are offline as well. Right. So we'll be more than happy to sort of evaluate again and work together.
Thanks.
Facility,
Sure.
have a food processing, dairy manufacturing. So
Okay.
capex and term loans are easily available for us
Yes. Yes.
because from public sector banks, interest subvention, subsidies,
Yes.
etc.
Yes. Yes.
But in terms of working capital, because we
Yes.
also operate like let's say
Yes.
in B2B space,
Yes.
and almost like 15-20 days your cash
Yes.
start.
Yes.
So how do you get an advantage that if
Hmm.
I only go for a CC from
Hmm.
HR,
Hmm.
then what advantages can I get in that?
So, in terms of CC or WCDL or any working capital sort of a facility, what we can do is we can give you that quantum at a very low, let's say, security in terms of cash collateral, no hard cash collateral, and even let's say some amount of cash collateral in the range of 10 to 20%, right? Based on that and looking at your working capital cycle, we can give you a WCDL or a PID also, on your purchase side for your vendors, let's say depending on the scale of the business. So that will help you sort of get additional limits on top of your banking limits, which can help you sort of buffer your working capital a little bit also there.
Yeah, because sometimes season wise you have certain
Yeah, yeah,
requirements
absolutely. See,
and
hota hi
revenue
hai.
based ERP example
Yes.
we are digital.
हाँ,
So though we are offline online, but we have digital payment gateways. So that traceability is available to you. Based
yes.
on that, can
No,
be
as I said
yeah.
कि अगर जितना ज़्यादा either security और trapping of cash मिलता है, तो that helps us to give better terms in terms of ROI and stuff like that, or period of 60 day, 90 day, we can look at based on your cycle and give you additional limits on top of your banking at a very low security. मतलब maybe bank has taken your full plant as collateral या फिर
Not for working capital.
हाँ working capital के लिए maybe उन्होंने cash लिया होगा या कुछ security तो लिया होगा
I was
उन्होंने.
told that for public sector banks, 6 we are agri-based food product business,
Got
TMSC, all those
Yeah,
things
yeah,
are there.
yeah, yeah,
But working capital suddenly.
yeah.
So
So I think usme the best thing is to keep some buffer, maybe have some limits which you have, which you are not utilizing, and so that for a whenever that seasonality is coming, your peak season is there, you are able to utilize that. You might have to pay a small minimum utilization charge or something on that, but it's always good to have some limits which are there. You have a buffer with.
why I'm looking for Ekar or such private entities? Because
Yeah.
public sector is
Ex- So
20
we
days
can
now.
turn around within 2 to 3 weeks cash and back. Like, if the data and the docs are in place, 2 to 3 weeks, we can easily sort of turn it around.
Will be
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think over the last couple of years, we have seen founders warm up to debt quite a lot. Pehle equity was freely available also and more celebrated also. But now I think all the founders are sort of warming up to the idea of debt. And we see like a lot of rounds now happening with debt component with them. Yeah, yeah,
So how is the repayment plan? Because Aman shared that you track the revenues and
yeah,
take
yeah.
it from there. And also, what is the percentage of the
Yeah. So repayment is typically monthly EMIs, right? So on a specific date of the month, we will trigger a nudge to your current account. Or the other model, as Abhishek was mentioning, is if you have a payment gateway or Razor Pay or something you're using, so we can integrate with that and collect on a daily basis, small amount, so that you don't have to repay a big amount on a single date, right? So let's say 1% of 2-3% of your daily collections from the Razor Pay we can deduct, or the other model is monthly one time EMI. In terms of interest rates, it depends on whether it is secured or unsecured. If it is secured, it from so typically I'll give you the whole spectrum. Banks are in the range of 8 to 11, 8 to 12% if we are, but there the amount of security is high. Then comes NBFCs, who would be, let's say, 11 to 15% sort of a range. And after that comes more unsecured, which is more 16 to 20% sort of a range. So depending on what security is available, I think it's in that range.
thank you.
We're actually a little short on time. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Siddharth is there from our team. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting us.
May I request Abhishek from Mitra to present a token of appreciation to our speaker, please? I would now like to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Kuldeep Mirani, for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Mr. Kuldeep has flown all the way from Singapore to be with us here today. He's a startup enthusiast and the CEO and co founder of Beyond Seed Solutions. Beyond Seed is a catalyst for startup growth, and they offer a range of services including strategic advisory, growth marketing, fundraising support, and operational optimization. With over 20 years of experience in India, UK, and Singapore, Kuldeep's areas of expertise include startup investments, mergers and acquisitions, capital and corporate structuring, excuse me, business development, and more. Can I please have you on stage, sir?
Thank you, Prachi. Thank you very much. Raman, thank you so much, guys, for the warm welcome. Uh, eh, Firstly, I have to congratulate Raman and the entire team for hosting this event. It's a great event, guys. In middle of rains, World Cup final. Well done. Uh, I've before go any further, I must say that I have known Raman for the last 3 years. Over the last 3 years, I've seen him grow, seen Bestvantage grow, uh, and I don't know how, but somewhere the team has the knack of bringing the right startups, connect the right investors. Uh, I think Booking Genie person mentioned the right connect is important. Otherwise, it's a disaster. So hats off to the team to do that. Um, when Raman reached out, that can we have a session? And I was like, what should be the topic of the session? And Raman is like, let it be an interactive session. I'm like, कुछ topic मिला नहीं है भाई को. Let's make it interactive. So I'll try my best, but let's not keep it a very freewheeling session because I'll end up talking cricket. But how many of us right now want or is looking or hoping that India will win the World Cup? How many of us? All of us are hoping. How many of us think India will win the World Cup? बाकी कौन है? But not watching. You will definitely have dinner here. Uh, one, I really hope that Rohit Sharma can lift the World Cup. I don't see him playing any other World Cup, at least the shorter format. Right. So, quickly, Prachi, thank you for the introduction, but very, I'll just give another little piece of intro so that a lot of things which we speak thereafter, you have perspective for that. Started off my career in 2002 with a bank, worked in India, UK, came back, started off business in 2004, sold that in 2008. Uh, that's the Raman's way of telling is bolna ban karo. So yeah, if I had a way to say this then, because there was no concept of startup then. But if it was, I would have nicely said that yeah, I was like a young first generation enterprising entrepreneur who had a successful exit from a startup before the age of 30. कुछ था नहीं ऐसा. Yeah, went on to Singapore in 2013 from a wealth management setup, moved to an investment banking setup, got introduced to the world of startups there, started investing in startups in 2015, formally started running an angel network uh, in 2016-ish, got very interested in a startup in 2016 as a group of investors. We invested into it, and then I joined that startup in 2017. So I worked on the startup side, on the darker side, guys, for like 5 odd years, and I really understand the hustle of a startup. Uh, the job letter, the employment letter which I was given was you will handle fundraise and investor relations. Bakwas. Nothing about that designation was true because I was doing practically everything you can expect in a startup to be done. Cleaning tables included. कुछ नहीं लिखा था लेटर में. So my suggestion, and I am sure each one of us we are aware that as a startup founding team, you will end up doing lots of things. There will be nothing like you have to do this and not that. But had some great time. Raised $41 million for the startup. Did 3 acquisitions. Expanded to different markets: Malaysia, Singapore expansion, India, Middle East. Did a lot of partnership. Last assignment was having an exit in 2022. So it was a good journey as a team member, as an investor at a 20x return. Uh, and then that's how Beyond Seed happened in 2022. A group of us, we came together and we said, let's have something where we can invest in startups. So हमने भी एक टैगलाइन सोचा हमारा विजन स्टेटमेंट मिशन स्टेटमेंट हमने भी सोचा कुछ कि we will be a growth ecosystem for early stage startups providing smart capital. किसको समझाइए? So I thought as much. So in simple terms, provide capital to startups, and then we start working with the founders to identify the gaps which are there and help them grow faster by plugging those gaps. Simple as that. We are very, very interested in rolling up our sleeves, getting hands dirty, and working with the startup to make it happen. तो थोड़ा डिफरेंस ऑफ ओपिनियन है विद बुकिंग जिनी फाउंडर कि स्टार्टअप फाउंडर्स को जरूरत नहीं होती और कुछ किसी चीज की बट दैट्स इट्स अ पर्सपेक्टिव आई हैव टू से वन मोर थिंग started off working in the startup with 2 degrees CA and MBA. By the time I finished my assignment with the startup, I practically had a third degree of law. Itna documents and all, right? Watching those documents and suits, लगता था अपुनिज Harvey Specter है. So that's I think one thing with the founders understand that you will have to become uh, kind of an expert in law. A lot of things, what you do is great, but what you sign is very important. So if you don't have that knack for law, legal documents, you should have somebody good by your side to help you with that. Right. So coming back to the uh, free session, interactive. Uh, I just want to check, have you prepared any poll questions or something? Sure. If you have, great. If not, it's fine.
All the people are group group that is there. So on the group, we are sharing one and we will be now sharing the results of the form. So just please, mobiles in case you have not received the link separate.
Can we have the link over here? It's easier.
The link.
So difficult thing to do is unlocking the phone, not looking at other messages, not replying to those, just clicking that one link, and if you can see the questions. Now there are, I think the team has worked on preparing some 3 questions each for investors and for startups. So can we have a quick show of hands on who are the investors in the room? Quite a few. And who are the startup founders? बाकी कौन है? The investors, right? You put in money. So uh, all right. So if you have managed the link, guys, maybe we can go through the poll questions, or if not, we can just have a quick discussion around it. Whatever works best for you guys. Did you guys get the link or मेरे पास भी नहीं है permission? So can you have the it's fine. We'll just have a very open discussion around it. Okay, no problem. So my request here is there are 3 questions for the investors. When you are, and we'll just do a quick show of hands here. But if you are answering the questions, even if you are a startup founder, think like an investor. So that's my request.
Yes. So there is a form that has come on the group. In case you have not received, you let us know. And like it's a survey, and we are just pulling it, and the results will come. So the first question will be there. You can just fill in. Just fill in the first question.
There is a permission required to access the
Acha,
form.
permission required is there. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, in the WhatsApp group. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, the meet group.
guys, we can do it the simple way, Purana Tarika, quick show of
Ha,
hands.
show of hands will do. Yeah,
Okay.
because I think technology is again
Sim-
betraying us.
no, otherwise we'll be redundant as people. No?
Ha.
As an investor in early stage startups, think from an investor point of view, guys. How do you evaluate?
Yeah, we are getting
Yeah,
that
how do you
exactly.
evaluate the scalability potential of a startup? Okay. The options are, and you can hear the options, and then we can figure out what is the best. Do you look at revenue growth projections? Do you look at operating efficiencies? Do you look at market demand analysis, technology and innovation, or team's execution capability? How many for revenue? One answer only per guys, okay? How many for revenue growth projections?
Now all the investors
Mm,
in the house. Ah,
One. How
Prasanna sir,
many?
you are like Prasanna sir is a CFO here, so first he will pick. He'll
Yeah.
always. Yeah.
How many for operational efficiency as the important thing in the startup? One. Okay.
Mitesh.
How many for market demand analysis? We have a few. You can't repeat. We have a few.
इसमें से बहुत फाउंडर्स है, ये लोग चीटिंग कर रहे हैं ये।
Uh,
इनको पता है रेवेन्यू नहीं है तो ये इसमें कर रहे हैं, हाथ कर रहे
as an investor, we'हैं। we'll give our perspective. कौन right था?
नहीं, मैं तेरे से
Uh,
पहचान रहा हूँ।
how about technology and innovation as an important thing? We have someone. And how about team's execution capacity? Quite a few. Okay,
Oh,
great.
I think
Uh,
execution is a clear winner
it's
then.
it's a perspective, guys. There is nothing right
हाँ
or
हाँ
wrong here. It's a perspective, but I can share my perspective, and if we have to go back and ask our team here who's sitting here, they may individually have their own perspective, but I'm going to share mine. Uh, while evaluating a startup, and I think Raman also knows, we go a little bit deeper to say in the operational efficiency part of it. And I believe that a lot of answers about team's execution, market size, etc., can be captured from the operational efficiency. All your metrics kind of tell us about the CAC, your acquisition, your retention, and a lot of other things. That's a perspective.
And Kuldeep, what about the last one? Because we received maximum response for that.
Well, if the metrics are right, the team is executing it right.
Ah, okay. So all answers are correct.
All
Okay. All
encompassing.
answers are correct.
Uh, as an investor in early stage startups, what's the most important thing you look out for? Options are founding team, traction, unique value proposition, market opportunity, which is the TAM, and the exit potential. So, how many for founding team?
ये
Okay,
सब
interesting.
फाउंडर्स हाथ ऊपर कर रहे
Then everybody should be.
हैं। ये सब फाउंडर्स हाथ ऊपर कर रहे
How about traction and validation of traction? Okay, quite a few again. This is like now picking operational, है ना?
हैं।
Both. Unique value proposition here.
USP.
Yeah, very good.
Hmm.
Okay. Market opportunity, TAM, important. Exit potential.
सब
And you're thinking
इन्वेस्टर
as an investor, guys.
सब
Okay.
इन्वेस्टर हाथ ऊपर करेंगे एग्जिट में।
Okay, no, interesting. I think we've had a clear division here. Some of them are like, mera exercise khatam ho gaya, I'm not going to raise any more hands now. Uh, again, a perspective. I personally believe that founding team is super critical for early stage. And if the founding team is in place and the right founding team, uh, it is possible to pivot if you are not in the right segment. It is important to be agile, to respond very quickly to the challenges. Uh, and we will face challenges. उसमें कोई doubt नहीं है. If you guys have a safe, smooth journey, trust me, you guys are not sitting here. So we will face challenges. The founding team, we believe, is super critical for us. As an investor in early stage startups in India, what is the top challenge in the current investment landscape? Options: access to capital, talent acquisition and retention, culture and mindset barriers, and exit opportunities. So, access to capital as a challenge, as an investor, you're thinking.
As an investor, so is what is the main challenge that you're facing as an investor? So you don't get exit or what, like,
Yeah.
what are the options?
Talent acquisition and retention. Okay,
Talent acquisition.
important.
Oh,
Guys, I know lunch अभी है.
लंच आएगा
We'll
प्लीज थोड़ा।
cultural and
अगर
mindset
अगर people are
barriers.
feeling like 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 little bit, they can take this energy drink we have
Yeah.
on the table
थोड़ा और
Jules.
एनर्जी जूल्स ले लो और इसका भी वोल्ट का भी, we have two energy drinks also.
So,
So
third option is cultural and mindset barriers as an investor, you think. Okay. And as an investor, you think exit opportunities for the investor is the biggest challenge,
that's
which
it.
I think a lot of
All
us
all
would
the
say.
VCs have put their hands
Yeah.
up.
I personally would again uh, point a finger at talent acquisition and retention. Uh, we believe that if the team is there, then things will happen. It's all about the team. And we've been having amazing challenges at Beyond Seed also. It's all about the team. Uh, if we get the team, we should have the money as well. ऐसा है, and if you're building to scale and not building to, then we don't need to worry about exit per se. It will happen. All right. So uh, this was the startup thing. Sorry, this was the investors thing. Uh, we have something for the startup, but it's more general. I think we can share a link and it's easier. Why don't we use the time? If you guys have any questions for me, that will be easier to keep this interactive. Uh, Baki, uh, whatever you want me to address, I'm happy to address.
Hi, it's Rishi Agarwal from Warm Up Ventures. So, on the exit potential, what you're talking about, considering the SME IPO, which is getting a lot of traction in India last couple of years, so how the investors look into other than the invest like generally what we see is on the subsequent rounds the big investor comes in and the small investor get the exits. It was the initial way which the venture fund was going on. However, the SME IPOs, how the exit scenario will go on post on the investment side also, which is one of the factors which is looked at to get exits.
No, great question. And I think, can I break that answer into two parts? Part one is as a founder, what do you want? It's not just about the investor, it's also about the founder. Are you looking for an exit? Are you saying that, oh, I want to build this startup so that I can have an exit in 6 years, 7 years, 10 years, and hence I have to build a startup accordingly? And then in that journey, you are looking for investors who are also doing or wanting the same thing, and hence you will look out for a merchant banker who will help you to achieve that same thing. So it's also a thing which will come from your end as a founder. Having said that, uh, as an investor, yes, everybody wants to see the returns on money, not just on paper, also in the bank. So having an option of SME segment as an exit opportunity really opens up a lot of doors. In fact, if the SME segment becomes matured enough, uh, I would expect a lot more money coming into the early stage startups because the investors feel comfortable that there could be a line of exit there. Having said that, the ecosystem of listing has to develop. So, for that to be listed, you need to have that ecosystem: merchant bankers, pre-IPO investors, uh, governance has to be perfect. So, it's a chain of event which needs to get right. It's a fantastic opportunity. Yes, my friend.
Investor, right? How critical for you, for an a founder, or how critical for you when you look at it from the investor standpoint, right? How critical is for a founder to understand the exit strategies? You know, when he starts something, right? Investor का पहला question क्या होता है? मेरे को exit कब मिलेगा? Right? I saw somebody in Shark Tank, no offense to Shark Tank, but saying that कि मुझे नहीं पता exit कब दूंगा, and everyone was applauding. वाह क्या आंसर दिया है यार, कमाल कर दिया. मतलब जिस फाउंडर को ये नहीं पता कि एग्जिट होता क्या कैसे देगा, वो रिलेटेड आए क्वेश्चंस की वैल्यूएशन बढ़ेगी, नए इन्वेस्टर्स आएंगे, पुराने वाले को एग्जिट दूंगा. But being a founder, how important for is for you as an investor to understand कि इसको पता है कि 3 साल में मेरे को ये नाव ये स्पोर्ट कहाँ लेके जानी है, किसको बेचना है, कितना बेचना है, कौन खरीदेगा और मैं कैसे एग्जिट दूंगा, राइट? मैं अपना पैसा कैसे बनाऊंगा और इन्वेस्टर का पैसा कैसे बनाऊंगा. So this is something I wanted to understand from your viewpoint. Yeah.
Thank you for putting me on the spot. Uh, See, my belief is it's all about एक दूसरे के लिए types. You, if you going to a fund where the fund size of the fund tenure is 5 years, the fund manager is in the position to exit and return the money to investors and hence make carry out of it. It's a very simple mathematical calculation. If that is the fund identified by the founder, then you will have to play that tune. Simple as that. You don't have a choice. If you are wanting to play the long game, that I want to build a sustainable business, not just build a startup to sell, which is, and there is nothing wrong in anything. Okay, completely fine to build a startup to sell. But if you're building a startup for scale, you need to identify the right investors who are with you for that longer period of time, who are patient, not going to be pushing you कि भाई exit करा दो जल्दी से. And that's, if you don't have that connection, then it's going to be a disaster. Because at the end of the day, they'll keep pushing you for exit, and they'll push you for the matrix, which are important for exit. And we've seen a few startups, big ones, taking that path of trying to scale without having enough cash in the bank, doing things which are not required, just because they had the pressure from the investors to do those things. So identify the right investors. Money is available. I think that's where Raman and the team comes into play to help you with the right capital, not just capital. Uh, that's, I don't know if I answered that question for you, but if there is something. Oh yeah, it's all about perspective. Totally, totally. It's not, so you have to be ready for it. But when you start your first thing as a founder, are you saying that मुझे 5 साल में exit करना है, or are you saying कि मुझे 10 साल में business ये level तक पहुंचाना है? These are two different thought processes. Again, it's a perspective, nothing wrong, right? But if you deliver that message to the investor who's coming on board, and if the investor is aligned, then it's a good marriage. Otherwise, no joke चलती रहेगी. Yes.
So you said that as an early stage startup, what you think is along with capital is also important that they get the right help. Could you elaborate in your experience where you think startups like us would need the maximum help?
I think the most important thing to understand is realize that you need help and to identify the places where you need help. And I'm not suggesting that every founder may need help in everything. But I would also want to share that I believe that every founder, I mean, there are multiple skills that every founder need to have, but a founder may not be good at everything. And that's where the gap is. Uh, to answer your question to the T, and I'll give examples over here. We have quite a few companies in the portfolio, and every company has some unique gaps. And starting from a simple example of, we invested in a pet product company. They do fresh foods for dogs. And when we started talking to them, it was all about dogs and dog food and everything. Fantastic product, fantastic team, fabulous marketing, everything. But then as we started discussing, we said, what is the product which you are creating? Is there a market for cat? And that's where the discussion led to ki, oh, We haven't looked at that product. And as we speak, after a year and a half, they have started doing 30 to 40% of their turnover in cat food, and they're one of the market leaders in cat food. So, just a perspective of helping them strategize was important for them at that point of time. They were looking very inward, and having that strategy discussion was important for them. Just one example. Second example is a company where we invested, uh, and they do apparel from recycled plastic bottles. Fantastic distribution, everything great about the sales, but they're lacking on the marketing side. Nobody knew them on the customer consumer side. They were having this distribution network. So we went and we helped them build their marketing strategy. We help them build their D2C network. So those are the nuances when you go in as investors. If the other boxes are ticked, you identify the gaps, but it won't happen if the founder is not ready to listen. So it's fine. I mean, if the founder is not ready to accept, we also will say it's not a good marriage. तो क्यों करनी है? पहले ही निकल जाओ. Does that answer your question? Pooja, right?
Hi. Hi.
Yeah.
So you mentioned there is a lot of emphasis on the founding team when an investor is evaluating a startup. What is your take on solo founders?
Uh, Nothing negative about it, honestly. Early stage startups, it's all about the founding team, is what we say. Founding team may not be the founder himself or herself. It is the founding team per se, right? So you may have a team uh, who's basically helped you to come to a stage where you are today. Uh, as investors, we are not looking at a MVP stage startup. So where it the chances of it being just a one member, one founder company is very low, right? So you will have a team if you're doing revenue. You can't be doing a revenue without having a team. So the founding team is where we want to focus on, not just on founders. It's a broader.
Change in terms of evaluating startups? What kind of metrics have become more important outside of profitability, especially for companies in the pre-seed stage?
So valuation for early stage startup is more an art than a science. So that's a known fact. But on a modeling basis, the very fact that the interest rates have gone up, the RF obviously has gone up, so the RP will go up, and hence the discounting factor which you have to apply to discount all the future cash flows to the current state is going up. So by default, the valuation has to come down on a simple mathematical model. But then the argument could be because there is growth in the market, should the startup founder increase the forecast numbers? And hence, when you discount it with a higher rate, that number, the discounted rate could be similar to the earlier thing. So again, it's boils down to so many assumptions on the model. It's important to do it as an art more than a science or a mathematical calculation. Early stage more than the later stage. If it's listed, it's completely different discussion.
So what I hear is the growth can offset all of that.
Can definitely do that. Guys, Raman said this multiple times that I've come from Singapore, paid my flight ticket myself. I I am not going back without having lunch. So I am around if you want to catch me during lunch also.
Yeah, hi Kuldeep, this is Vernon here. So just a follow up to what Vishal had asked. The last 3 years we've seen a full cycle, right? You had a startup boom and funding, um, you know, growth followed by a funding the last couple of years. How have you seen the startup ecosystem in India react to it vis-a-vis what it was say 5 or 10 years ago?
Thank you for the question. I may not have the answer for a startup 10 years ago in India.
Yeah, yeah. So from
I'm
your perspective,
sure. Uh, Startup in 2018-19 was I want to raise money at this valuation. कल तक टाइम दूंगा कर लो इन्वेस्ट करना है तो 2024 it's very different. So that's where it is in terms of the journey of us. And it happens, I believe, when there is a new asset class out there, people would really want to take exposure. But people who invested in 2018, 19, and they invested a lot in multiple startups, how many of those startups have managed to get an exit for these investors? And that entire cycle is yet to conclude. Once you conclude that cycle, is when the investors have a clear indication of, oh, I made so much money or I lost so much money. And that's how the next cycle can begin. I know a friend who invested and he used to call me and say, क्या build कर रहे हो आप? सर बियॉन्ड सीड बिल्ड कर रहे हो। कितना पैसा डालते हो? इतना डालते इतना तो मैं एक एक महीने में डाल देता हूँ। अच्छा बोला कि सर कैसे इवैल्यूएट इवैल्यूएट क्या करना है? आ गई अपॉर्चुनिटी डाल दो पैसे। Okay, that's also a way to do. This is 2018-19 types, right? एंड नाउ इफ आई मीट हिम मतलब क्या कर रहे हो नहीं स्टार्टअप इन्वेस्टमेंट हो गया मेरा मतलब आपके पड़े 24 इन्वेस्टमेंट पड़े हैं आई डोंट नो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग विद देम आई डोंट नो हाउ विल सक्सीड so he is waiting for the last 4 5 years for that cycle to give him return and he is out of the market as an investor. That perspective is important for startups. That unfortunately 2024 is not your period of euphoria where people will just give you money because you are a startup. You will have to prove yourself that you are the startup which deserves the money. And if you do that, there is ample money in the market. Money is not a challenge.
Hi, Kuldeep. This is Yash from Rocka. And firstly, thank you so much, Raman sir, for hosting this wonderful event, for giving us this opportunity to stand face to face to such investors and the community. My question is very simple one. Uh, as you've shared, पहले उस पे आपने कुछ प्रकाश डाला है कि हाँ फाउंडिंग टीम पे काफी ज्यादा होता है दारोमदार कि हाँ मैं क्यों इन्वेस्ट करूंगा ये ब्रांड में एंड आई राइटफुली अग्री क्योंकि अर्ली स्टेज में फाउंडर्स के ऊपर ही बैठ लिया जाता है यूएसपी एमबीपी सब कुछ रेडी हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा नहीं ये बंदा कर लेगा मैं इस पर आग करके भरोसा कर सकता हूँ but what I've seen, I've talked to plenty of angel investors or I've talked to plenty of startup founders जिनके cap table पे 25-30 से ज़्यादा angels हैं and all angels coming from different backgrounds, different companies है and everyone has their own thesis और वो सब अपना कुछ ना कुछ impose करना चाहते हैं founders पे and same has happened with me plenty of times कि all of the investors is coming from different backgrounds है कि हाँ मेरे हिसाब से आप ये गलत कर रहे हो ये सही कर रहे हो so as an investor was invested in so many brands in consumer sector or whatever sector. So, what is your thesis on this particular thing? कि हाँ, I blindly believe on founder's vision मैं तो कर लेगा और मेरे हिसाब से आपका ये गलत है चलो साथ में बैठ के करते हैं या नहीं आप ये करोगे तो मैं इन्वेस्ट करूंगा. So, what's your exact?
You should go and tell the 25 founders, मुझे मत रोको, मैं कर लूंगा. But look, it's a two-way affair. One, you've onboarded them as investors knowingly. Okay, so they are going to be passionate about this entire thing. I think I forget the name of the Booking Genie founder, Shibashish. You know, he had a very valid statement that the angel investor, quite a few of them, they look into that startup founder कि हाँ मैं ये नहीं कर पाया था तो ये कर लेगा. I look at that particular thing in my son. मैंने नहीं किया था तू कर ले भाई. So, but because of that, that passion is going to give you that advice. I think it's important for you as founders to draw a line at some point of time. You may identify one or two guys from the investor base to be the uh, advisors, mentors, etc., who can filter that opinions and ideas for you, and you should be trusting them for whatever is coming to you. At the end of the day, suno sabki, karo khud ki, that applies. And for that reason is why investors are investing in you.
Yes.
So
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Hi, Kiran here. Quick question. I just want to understand कुछ भी ये नहीं पूछना कि इन्वेस्टर का पर्सपेक्टिव क्या है इसका क्या है just want to understand that if there is a deep tech or probably a company like that you as you said that euphoria का stage चला गया है and people are not blindly giving you money. I want to understand that what is that sweet spot in terms of years wherein you can say कि इतना time तो लग ही जाएगा for you to develop a product if it has an USP.
Deep tech development of product is dependent on what you are developing, I believe, right?
So I'm saying if you have something on those lines, because, I would say ChatGPT took what 10 years coming, in the market. Now, if you have something on those lines, in terms of innovation, so because as you said, आज ये है कि अगर इस साल कुछ बना है, you want revenue, and then ChatGPT का तो ऐसा था कि 10 साल से कुछ भी नहीं था, they were just building, building, and
Okay.
building.
So is the question that will the investors wait and for how much long
Yeah.
can they wait if there
Yes.
is a deep tech investment?
Yeah.
You will have to find the right investor who
Mhm.
is patient with that kind of waiting time. If you go to a fund with a 5 year closing, one, it's a waste of your time. They will probably not invest. Or it could be a great investment for them if there is a build to sell story for your startup. You are building something which takes whatever period, but there are milestones in the build, and at different milestones of the build, you may get capital from different investors, and that could be a potential exit path for the investor, which has a shorter time horizon to invest. If you have an investor with a longer time horizon to invest, that is the right investor. Okay, you'll have to probably look at the friends, family, angel, fools, all of those to invest into that startup first. Professional investors definitely could be interested if they see a strategic value to this entire build.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Raman. Arey, no. Guys, it's just because of my name there. Huh? Yeah.
I think it's time I share a little secret with you guys. Do you want an exclusive intake into the latest trends and strategies in venture capital investments? Join me for our first panel discussion as we indulge in demystifying venture capital investments in 2025. Please welcome our esteemed panel of industry experts to the stage. Let's just wait a minute. First up, we have Sipika Nigam, the co-founder of Beyond Seed. Her expertise spans investment analysis, portfolio management, and valuations across financial sectors. Second, we have Abhiram Bhalerao, partner at Whirl Invest, a rank holder CA with 6 years of experience experience as a venture capitalist and an MBA from the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Third, we have Apurva Kumar, private equity specialist at Kitara Capital. He graduated from IIT Kharagpur and has over 10 years of experience, having worked with companies such as Jefferies, Paragon Partners, and Samina Capital. And to host our panelists, I'll invite Raman Sharma on stage.
Yeah, so first of all, would want to give a warm welcome to our star-studded panelists. So this is actually a topic which I think all founders would want to. I think they'll come shift one seat ahead and try to listen to this topic because many founders when they pitch, Sibash is laughing on this. Yeah, they always say that, oh, what is the VC looking at, you know? So अभी इतना revenue हो गया, but क्यों अभी भी funding नहीं आ रहा है? Why VC is not coming? So this is question on top of all the founders' mind. Sorry, panel, I'm putting you in a spot. But yeah, that is the topic of today's discussion. That what is like, what are exactly which is thinking now. So this is not 2021. This is not 2022. This is 2025, 24, 25 that is going on. So now, what is on top of their mind? And of course, there are many angel investors also, who follow what VCs are looking at. So it becomes very important to understand that what exactly are there. So what I'll do is that first I will request before just maybe jump on them. We'll ask all the panelists. We have introduced them, and I'll ask this question one by one. So first question is first of all, I think we have recently concluded the election, and some of we have seen some deals coming, especially from Berlin West. Yeah, the two deals still there. Yeah, the last 2 weeks is Abhiram is smiling, and so actually, what is the outlook? Do you think there is more stability? People may say the next decade is of India. So is that so? My first question will be to maybe Abhiram. So because what have they been thinking?
Uh, First of all, thanks, Raman, for organizing the event. And Kuldeep's already shared a lot of insights from the VC perspective, but I'll try to add to what he said. I think the outlook has remained optimistic, I would say. We are long term investors. So shorter term events don't really move the needle as much. Our outlook on India's long term perspective of growth hasn't changed. We are consumer focused investors, and 60% of our economy is consumption, right? So I think in no way is our long term perspective of India's consumption story going to change. Yes, the government is doing a lot, and the fact that the elections panned out the way they did was a good jolt to the existing government. But I think the work that's happening on the support ecosystem will in fact help the startup ecosystem for India as a whole. But yes, I think good times to invest, I would say, for long-term investors. We, in fact, are closing 4 transactions at the venture stage and 1 at the growth stage as we speak. So yeah, deal action is back is what I would.
So now you know whom to catch in the lunch session. Yeah. So next question is to Sipika. Of course, Kuldeep outlined, but yeah, Sipika is a country and she's handling Indian operations. So as we are based in India, Sipika, what are we see you evaluating what do you think now is the environment? Is it currently boyish or you are conservatively optimistic? Because yeah, Abhiram mentioned he's in D2C, but you do both. So what are you now thinking on the environment? Yeah.
For sure. So the good thing was that the way, of course, the elections turned out, they still give the impression of a stable government, which is something that is welcomed, even internationally. Global leaders are also have become used to Mr. Modi, and the sentiment, hence, on India is positive from a global perspective, right? And what's happening is that in terms of um, how the other economies are performing, what we are seeing is that, of course, a lot of Western countries are facing, a recession or stagnation.
Challenges.
Going, it's
Yeah.
ongoing,
Ongoing.
right? And because of that, this uncertainty is also loaded upon because of existing wars and new war-like situations. So the sentiment is very uncertain at a global front. Then we also know how the monopolizing nature of Chinese kind of companies and what they supply is something that uh, at a global level, again, there's concerns regarding that. All of this combined together has made India a very attractive place for people to come. Given our policies, given our digital systems evolving, everything is becoming so much more conducive. So, of course, as we know, a lot of effort is being taken by the government to improve upon our manufacturing capabilities. So, uh, talking about manufacturing 4.0, etc., that is a place where I see a lot India can do. There's a long way to go though, because at the end, the quality of the finished goods is still not where we should be in order to compete
Hmm.
strongly with
Yeah.
countries like China. So, um, uh, huge opportunity. But
Opportunity.
that's what it says, right? So I think
No.
there is absolutely no need for innovators within Indian people. Uh, that is one thing. The other important thing is that while I see that sustainability is the other topic which is picked up heavily with a lot of urgent fervor, especially in the West. And it is the need of the hour, no doubt, right? The entire globe is succumbing under its pressure. I think why the early stage innovators are not sort of able to see much success is because many of them are driven from a place of activism instead of seeing end utility. I think if Indian innovators can actually think about an end utility standpoint, I think there is no escaping that India will be a place that will be able to bring a lot of such companies out there. So I just feel like there are so many sectors and kind of approaches India can take, but this is just a few of my global observations that I feel that India can pick up from and actually get going on.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Deepika. That was very insightful. My next question will be to Apurva. Sorry, I'm just playing with them, but moving around. Yeah, but Apurva, see, your insight has been very different. Where you invest more, from Series A, Series B, you do bigger rounds. Kitara does this bigger rounds, 3 million, 5 million, the larger numbers. So in that, when you're looking at that level, so what are you thinking now in the current movement? How is that shaping up? Because we see that while the early stage is very strong, but somehow the funnel has become a little bit succumb because Series A, Series B is not moving. So what do you think will be in 24, 25? If anybody is raising in that level, what should they do, and how do you think this will the environment be in this coming year?
So I think few things. Firstly, from a macro point of view, we are at a great place, right? We've had a stable government for 10 years, and next 5 years are looking very good. So what that means is that there's a lot of capital coming to India, not just in equity, but even in bond markets, in all asset classes. And inevitably, that would also mean that the startup ecosystem is going to benefit. And when I look at Series A, Series B investments, the thought process is slightly different. Instead of just looking at the founder and the idea, you start thinking about the founding team. You start looking at, the level, CXO level people. Uh, are they going to sort of add, create long-term value for the company or not? You start thinking about when will profitability come. Series A, Series B is also very early sometimes,
Yeah.
but you start sort of molding those sorts of things. Is the company, is the unit economics looking attractive or not, and can that unit economics sustain? Because sometimes what happens is you get an initial sort of uh, moment where unit economics are positive, but then things change.
Hmm.
So that is another consideration for us. Overall, I mean, from a sector point of view, when we are looking, we look at could the sector be at an inflection point? So, I mean, my panelist mentioned about consumption. That's a very, it's a secular thing for India, right? Because we are,
Yeah, because you are
1.4,
150.
150, 1.5 billion, 150 billion people. So that's always going to be
Theme.
a
Yeah.
theme to invest. But there are nuances to it, right?
Hmm.
Which as an investor, especially in Series Series A, Series B, you start looking slightly more. Is this the tipping point? Would the next 5 years be very attractive? I mean, that has happened for sectors. Like for
Yes.
energy drinks, Sting
Yeah.
has done that, right? That's a very good case in point. That never came in, private market for investment, but as a category that just took off.
Yeah.
So I think that is critical to understand: is there an inflection point or not? And, I mean, these are some of the things that we look at.
Yeah, yeah. So, coincidentally, we have two energy drinks featured here. So, thanks to our sponsors and thanks for pointing out. So, actually, yeah, energy drinks also. Somebody was telling me Monster itself is selling around 800 crores, mind-boggling numbers in 3 years. So, yeah, as Apurva is saying, some industries are really kind of jumping. And I see this in a it is change happening at the user level. Like if I go to a mechanic shop, I see them drinking energy drink. I If I go to any counter, I see energy drinks on top. They've replaced Pepsi and Coke. So these are the trends that are there. But yeah, as Apurva is saying, how long will the trend sustain? Will it be sustain? Is it actually the tipping point, as he rightly mentioned? So we'll come to the next kind of question. I think this is something that the founders also will be looking at. Maybe start with you, Apurva. That what are the emerging areas? Like you mentioned, touched upon particular one area, but we have SaaS, we have D2C, we have tech, fintech. So, what are the current two, three themes that you are currently bullish on?
Right. I think one of the themes, I mean, that I'm particularly bullish on is actually manufacturing as a segment. And the very simple reason is that we have reached a certain point in our GDP which is being supported by services and consumption. But I think the next leg of growth will come from pickup in manufacturing, and as one of the panelists
Mm.
mentioned, that manufacturing 4.0 is happening. I mean, you're seeing that in electronics, EMS as a segment. There's a lot of activity which is happening. That also is because of support from government. I mean, there's the right incentive which is creating this kind of environment. The other sectors which is looking attractive is obviously cloud as a technology.
Mm.
It's already been there, but I think a more rapid sort of adoption could happen over the next 5-10 years.
Yeah.
What that would mean is that we see more companies coming up in software as a service, which you mentioned. I
Mm.
mean, uh, because there's an efficiency angle to it, and we have been a capital-starved economy, right? More capital is coming in, but we still need money to sort of come into our economy to grow. So anything which is bringing in more efficiency, especially software, which could sort of cut down on costs in businesses, that could be attractive. So that's another sector you know, which is a theme that we are looking at. And I mean, other than manufacturing software, I think financial services itself, we are already seeing a lot of financialization of savings happening.
Mm.
But wealth tech, more and more people will get used to technologies
Used to,
which
yeah.
are, where they understand that okay, they can grow wealth more than an FD rate, etc. So that would lead to more business coming to businesses which are focused on financial services. So
Mm.
these are some of the things that are looking at active.
Okay. So my next question will be to Abhiram, and I know they keep repeating that investors invest in D2C brands. But Abhiram, then my question would be that within D2C as a space, we have food, we have fashion, we have kind of we have a book merchandise startup that is there. So there are different kind of themes also in that. Yeah, there have been we know there have been challenges. Things have not been easy. But yeah, there have been some exponentially sectors that have been there. You guys invest in Lahori Jeera. So like it's a I went to Delhi and coincidentally to some other kind of startup and they offered me Lahori Jeera and I got reminded of Abhiram and his investment. So these are the things that these investments have really come into our life. So Abhiram, just wanted to check with you that within D2C, which are the areas you feel are you would be more bullish on?
So I think I'd answer this question a step back.
Hmm.
Before we look at product categories, we look at seminal trends, right? Trends which should not get affected over the next 5 to 10 years. That's typically our investment horizon. I think the number one trend has been premiumization for sure. Across pockets of consumption, And this all ties back to the macro trends where typically our per capita income is crossed the 2800 $2900 mark. You typically see some pockets of consumption upgrading from the status quo, and Lahore is a great example, right? They are replacing the unorganized banta, jeera soda being sold in a very unhygienic manner. India is now becoming value conscious and not price conscious. So as long as you're getting the value at the price which is accessible to the masses, you can unlock value, and that's what typically what's happened with the energy drink segment. I think ethnic drinks was traditionally unorganized, now becoming organized. Companies like Lahori, last month the business did 60 crores in revenue. So that's the scale up and the rapid scale up at which brands like Lahori are growing. And similarly, staying in the energy drink segment, we have Jules and Old here. I've seen their journeys as well. They've also scaled up well, and they're riding on this larger seminal trend. The second one, which we see, is conscious consumption, right? Be it better for you foods, and this can be in the form of healthier snacking, or it can be in the beauty and personal care segment where things like back of the pack are becoming more valuable. Customers no longer care about the marketing done by large incumbents, but challenger brands are really riding the wave. If you think of businesses like Minimalist in the beauty and personal care space, even in the food and beverage space, things what, for example, Raven, so the food farmer is doing, is trying to create a revolution in terms of how people really think about conscious consumption. And the third piece, the third one would be manufacturing. Spaces which excite us within manufacturing are those which potentially can disrupt the Chinese manufacturing ecosystem. BIS has come down heavily on footwear, for example. India remains a significantly underpenetrated footwear market. I agree with what Sabita said. Quality is not up to the mark, but definitely from a long-term perspective, India wears 2.1. I think it's less than two pairs of shoes per capita. The global average is more than three. Countries like the US are at 10. Um, so clearly, a long way to go for our country. And given the government support, industries like footwear, electronics, toys is another one where the government is heavily supporting manufacturing incentives in. And then finally, distribution. I feel quick commerce as a channel has really surprised us. I, for one, did not believe that the party would last for long. But clearly, India consumes very differently from the rest of the world, and that's why this segment has done well in this country. It's also allowing challenger brands to unlock what was general trade at one point of time. It seemed inaccessible until you have a certain scale, distribution, brand awareness, large teams to place product across different parts of the country. Quick commerce is replacing that. It allows you to get visibility into the hands of retail customers very early on, right? So I think, yeah, those are the larger trends that we look at, and then we look at product segments within those trends, which sort of excite us. Yeah, hopefully
Yeah.
that answers your question.
Yes, yes. So I think, yeah. So what Aviram is saying, and in fact, we have seen recently Zepto also picking up around. So that those things are like catching. Now in the day of instant gratification, we want everything now. Not wait for one day. So I don't know. This is something that will force some of the other major players also to look at things. Deepika, my question to you is that as you look at India and look at the trends, so what are the areas that you would focus on as early to pre-series A kind of a fund? So what would you are looking at?
Sure. So, how I would answer that is basically for us, for the longer time, we were looking mostly at D2C, right? In the recent times, we have diversified in that ideology, and while we are looking at consumption as a space, it's a given. Spending ability has, gone really. It's paradoxical to say that post COVID, we have so many more billionaires and so many people with, disposable income, but that is the reality of things. So consumption, and like Abraham Mola mentioned about premiumization, right? So that is exactly where the consumption story is headed, and we are fully, bullish about that. Along with that, we also think that India has a brain bank, and to retain that brain bank instead of having them drained to other economies, etc., they need to be supported through all the technology efforts that they take in terms of innovating on these lines. So there is a lot to be done in the bio technology space, and there is a lot to be done in other deep tech arenas. Of course, the buzzwords like AI, etc. But actually getting to more better use cases for it. We're already rubbing shoulders with the biggest economies on space tech. So a lot happening there, and we are keen to see how we can support young entrepreneurs here. Uh, uh, Indian education system, it has its pros and cons, but for sure rigor is something every student is inbuilt with. So we have to find a way to encourage and nurture that as well. So I do understand how investing in consumption versus investing in tech can be very difficult as a strategy. But we are on our way to finding that perfect balance between how to encourage both of these types of entrepreneurs. So yes, we are actively looking at all sorts of companies in both spaces. And consumption, yes, I think that's kind of both my co-panelists covered all the active sectors very well. I couldn't do it better.
Yeah. Yeah, I think also in this panel discussion, one common theme, in fact, all of them mentioned is on the manufacturing. So people are interested in manufacturing, especially ones that disrupt the Chinese predominance actually. So one question maybe I'd like to ask Abhiram. So is the founders this question from the founders that what is the pitfall they should avoid when they are raising money?
I think one thing, and this has been pointed out before today, is reach out to the right investors. So partners like Bestvantage help you do that, and a lot of people have echoed the right sentiment to where you need to access the right investors. I think Kuldeep also pointed out to the same thing, right? There has to be a strong investor founder fit. A lot of times you might end up wasting a lot of time and effort engaging with the wrong kind of investor, and this can be either a thesis a misalignment or a time horizon misalignment, um, or the fund might be at the fag end of their deployment cycle. Right? So a lot of things sort of affect that dynamic. The second piece is raise the right amount of money, right? Don't raise less than what's required and don't raise more than what's required either. We're seeing the pitfalls of both. There were funds which were the companies which are very of valuation in the highs of 21, 22 raised a lot of money at very high valuations, ended up burning through most of it, and haven't yet sort of lived into the valuation in terms of today's reality and finding it hard to raise money today. At the other spectrum of things, fund companies which were smarter raised lesser money, diluted a limited amount of capital, and now have now become attractive investors are chasing them, right? So I think have a 90-day, 180-day, 360-day plan ready. Raise only what is essential at that point of time, and raise for the right requirements. As you have partners like Recur who can take care of who can take care of working capital, etc. through debt, right? So I think raising the right mix of equity and debt is also critical, and we as investors are also opening up to the fact that a mixed round structure sort of makes more sense when things like working capital can easily be taken care of through debt. And then the last piece would be, I think timing the market is also a good thing. And this is a function of the way the funding cycle works. Like I won't deny the fact that there have been highs and lows, and that's how sort of venture valuation works. It's more an art than a science, but timing the market and then is critical. I would say it matters a lot when you hit the market and the amount of money you raise. It can impact your outcome to a large extent. So I think yeah, those are the factors that sort of look at
Yeah.
the pitfalls
So
and
I'll,
avoid.
I'll keep changing now questions in the interest of time. So I'll ask Apurva the next question. So Apurva, what do you think 2021 is coming back? When is it coming back? And if not, uh, how should founders, think about deployment, raising funds? Because the money is there, but it's there for the right startup. So what should be the mentality of the founders? It was earlier growth at all cost, and now so what should they be thinking?
So I think right now what we are seeing with, at least that's what I see with our portfolio companies, there's focus on profitability. That's been the trend for the last maybe a year or so. And but to your point, is 2021 coming back? Is there a like ease of liquidity happening and more capital chasing. I mean, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know that. But I think what is important for startups and founders is to have a plan on how to get to profitability, right? It could be through showing that okay,
Mm.
I have segments which are profitable and that will scale up. I need to invest more in acquiring customers, but my there is a lot of repeatability of purchase. Once I acquire customers, the business starts making money. That's how I'll eventually grow. So I do believe that growth at all costs is something which is I mean there are phases which happen, but right now the focus is more on profitability as the theme. So I do believe that will sustain, and founders should have a plan really that whether profitability will happen in 1 year period or 5 year period, or if the target market is so big that you can claim that okay, profitability is 10 years away because businesses require that kind of capital to get to that. And then you find as you mentioned that, and then you find the right investors who are willing to sort of stay with you on that journey, right? There are investors who will be willing to take a 5 year bet. There are investors who say that we are giving you long-term sustainable capital, which is there for 10 years. My firm has a policy that we look at very long-term capital, so we are not looking for exit at all. It's partly because we have proprietary funds, so that also plays into the picture. Finding the right investor for your requirements.
Yeah. So, one question maybe to Sipika, I'll ask, what are the characteristics of, see, you have invested across and you have different things, and as you know, investors, all of us would say there have been some send some message. So at least so there are many investors in the room, and they would like to listen to you. That what are actually the characteristics of successful founders? So what makes people click? If the investors are looking at what attributes, should they consider?
Actually, in my career of uh, investing so far, I've obviously not met two founders that have the same strategy, right? Each of them has had a unique way of doing things, and then again, success is something which is, it's very, yeah. There's no one formula for success as such. There is no one parameter through which you can measure it. So, hence, I cannot say that, the successful had one way of doing things. But what I can see, one common trait that I observe in some of these good founders was that more than anybody else in their team or ecosystem or within their investors, it was they themselves that were tracking their metrics very closely. So,
Mm,
whether you count, a 2x growth in a 2 year period to be a success, or you count, 5x in a 3 year period to be success, all of those things are our own perspectives. Having said that, that incremental growth on a regular basis, if that is being tracked, I have seen that these founders tend to do much better because they know how they improve from what they were like yesterday, right? A lot of people are so overwhelmed with what's happening around them, and there is so much to take care of that they don't know in 6 months what really has transpired. So tracking your metrics, I think, is the most important thing according to me. And the good founders have been able to do that. Not being distracted by anything the investor says or anything the team is going towards. They are basically very gung about it. So that is one thing that I have observed with the good
yeah. Yeah, so good founders have good tracking of the numbers, and that's very important because you need to know how the numbers are going. Now, Abhiram, I'll have to ask you one questions that there are many D2C brands here, and they would be even consumer-facing brands, and they would want to ask you that, we want to approach for funding. So, what advice would you give them? And some of them are budding also. So, what would your advice be to them?
I think I covered a part of this in the previous answer, but I would say that uh, things to keep in mind for any consumer brand founder is get the first principles right. Today, it's no longer the situation that it was 2 years back. I think investors are super hawk-eyed when it comes to evaluating investments in the consumer space. Basic things like the product portfolio has to be right, pricing has to be appropriate, there should be a strong product channel fit. If you are looking to launch in the staple segment like Abhishek is, or in the snacking segment, then you really can't do a D2C business. Price points just don't make sense there, right? So it's either offline or quick commerce. That's where you have to be in. Just to give an example, the unit economics, I think it's been talked about a lot today, but I think that it's hard. It'll be very hard for me to back a brand where the first transaction is not profitable, to be honest, right? And or as Apurva said that there is significant traction and significant cohorts that tell me that it's highly repeatable, and hence, if not on the first, then on the second or third, you sort of make your money back, right? So I think a lot of these first principles have to be right for before you approach the market, and then this sort of translates into product market fit and things that investors sort of talk about when they say we are looking for companies that have PMF, etc. The second thing would be getting the founding team in place. Make sure that if not you, then your L1 team has all bases covered. And by that, I mean all the key functions of a business, right? In the consumer brand space, I would think of supply chain, distribution, branding, marketing, product strategy, etc., to be the key functions. And then sort of the rest of the things can take care of themselves. You now have great outsourcing partners who do fractional jobs for you. You can outsource the non-core functions, but a core function leadership team, try to get it in place as soon as possible. And the third piece of advice would be have a very strong insight into the consumer, right? Like listen to the consumer more than you listen to yourself, and try to create a brand for your end consumer. Just understanding the end consumer is super, super critical. I think, yeah, that'll be my piece of advice to founders operating in this space.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Similarly, Apura would want to ask you, if there are people approaching for Series A, Series B. So, like, what characteristics of founders you're looking at, in those levels, especially they've scaled up businesses. So, what kind of people you back when you look at a person, founder?
Right. I mean, honestly, there is no right. There's no one metric or few metrics. It's a very subjective call.
Yes.
Every time you meet a founder, they have their own story.
Yeah.
So it's a very subjective call based on what they've done, what they're planning to do. But I think something that sort of is good to have is a clarity of thought, because that tells the investor that okay, this is my plan, and plans change, but at that moment it's good to know that these are the things that you want to execute on. And secondly, I mean, understanding your own product and your company and the customer, because I think sometimes there are market dynamics which come into picture. Sometimes you ride with the market, things just work out for you, you get the right investor who believes in you, or sometimes your product just takes off. And to an extent, these things could be a factor of luck as well. But I think it's more about just having that clarity in mind that okay, these are the things that I want to do, because that gives me the comfort that when I give him the money, he will execute these things, and I agree with these things. So I think that's one thing that I definitely look for. Over a longer term period, it's more about perseverance, because things change sometimes. So just having that perseverance and sticking to your idea sometimes works in your favor as well.
So before we went up for lunch, we have 2 minutes. So I would like to take this opportunity in case anybody from the room has some question for today's esteemed guest. Uh, Prachi will help.
Hey, thanks. My question is for Abram and Steel. I represent a Middle Eastern family office looking at making investments in India. Looking at the D2C space, especially, we're seeing, at least the quick commerce platforms are great to scale. But unlike uh, the B2B SaaS space, where you are preparing a product which can eventually sell into global markets, especially the US, because your TAM increases, your opportunity to get a higher ACV increases, your repeat rates from SMB, you can scale to enterprise as your product scales. We are not seeing that a lot with D2C. Is that something that you've been seeing as a trend where people are preparing their company or their brand, their product to be sold to the international markets? Because not only profitability is not guaranteed, but somewhat approached in a better practical manner there. But at the same time, you can charge a little higher, and the margins for distributors, the margin for your supply chain gets a little easier to deal with versus dealing with it with a contract manufacturer here or even in-house, and then kind of burning money, raising funds till you're 10, 20, 30 CR, and then thinking of the next round, and you already diluted quite a bit. So is that something you're seeing as a trend in the D2C space or not as of yet?
So I would, there's two aspects to it. I think India as a market is significantly large for most of the founders to not worry about a market geography being a limiting factor. Having said that, there have been some case studies, at least in the consumer space, of Indian brands sort of doing well. Organic India is a good example of it. So is Vadam Tea. Both of these businesses drive most of their revenues from outside. We've seen a business called the Ayurveda Experience, the VPC space, which also drives most of their businesses from the US. So I think if you identify the right product segment, which has a certain recall among the Western or Middle Eastern audiences, then it's completely possible for you to sort of build a brand along those lines. We're seeing that with the Nutra segment as well. A lot of Ayurvedic supplements have started gaining appeal. There's a brand called Goli in the US, which does Ayurveda infused gummies, right, which has been very successful. Similarly, there's beauty brands from India trying to sort of cater to the brown skin audiences living in the US, UK, etc., which is sort of seen traction. So yes, as long as you're building, as long as there's a product market fit from a geography perspective, there are pockets of consumption within the T2C or larger consumer brand space, which will sort of see traction outside India. I wouldn't say like if somebody is launching an energy drink product in India and they're wanting to sell in the US, I won't see a strong reason to succeed, right? Because clearly the market opportunities here, it's way more competitive outside. So I think as long as you select the right products, we're seeing some brands in the cookware space. I don't know if you've seen a brand called Petal, right? That brand is trying to sell Indian brass premium cookware products outside India. They've found the right sort of market there. They're doing fairly well. So I guess it's a question of the product category that you operate in. But having said that, I would still be bullish on India as a geography in isolation as well.
Uh, any other questions? Now I think everybody is like you're approaching lunch hour, so no questions. Just declare lunch. Okay, okay, one question.
So the public markets in India over the last few years have done quite well, right? I mean, especially if you look at the small and mid cap, and so the customer returns have been 20% CAGR pretty much over a decade or so, right? So, what kind of portfolio returns typically, one can expect from a VCP? Because Bloom and others had kind of declared their first funds, IRRs, etc. And pretty much it was in a similar range, right? So, are these asset classes still as attractive as they are made out to be, especially when public markets give you better liquidity and everything else?
I think that's a fair question, and but I'm going to like let you in on a small term or clause that we seem to like to include in our term sheets also, which is basically we try to, of course, equity investments are about the risk of the upside and the downside, right? So it could go either way. But the endeavor from the founder, especially when we're walking in, is to have a minimum kind of a IRR return. So, anywhere in the 30-35 odd IRR range is something that we do kind of have an expectation of. For the simple question that if it was any lesser than that, then why would anybody lock in their money for such a long period in a startup company and not have the liquidity option like it does in markets? So definitely the endeavor is to beat the capital markets, and that is where, just like stock selection, the startup selection is the kind of skill that you have to look for once you are trying to diversify your investment strategy, from a traditional capital market kind of strategy to including alternative investments. So, as an investor, for you, if you're trying to diversify, then you must definitely look at a track record and or even have those one-on-ones to understand what is your strategy. With the in VCs, etc., that you do have that relation and you can invest through, must have that kind of an understanding about their strategy because Raman earlier mentioned about what happened in 2021. Do you see it repeating? What really happened in 2021 was pray and pray, and that obviously didn't work out, right? So that level of discipline and sincerity is something you must expect from your capital allocating team. So if that is in place, I do not see a challenge in achieving anything upwards of 35.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll be quick. My name is Manish, and I have a manufacturing facility for dairy and food products. Now, we all talked about when manufacturing is a lucrative and future industry. So earlier, the perception was that equity funding is mostly for growth, technology, etc., and less for usage for capex. Debt is for capex. But how do you see the scenario changing? Because startup, early stage startup, can either invest in a manufacturing facility if I go for global standards or metro city standards, or can go for white labeling. So how do you see that now from the investor's perspective that funding can also happen for capacity building? Is it possible that startups can look for funding in that area?
I think 100%. I think one metric that I would sort of look at is return on capital employed, right? I would compare the ROCE, if you were to set up my own manufacturing unit, the kind of economies of scale that it gives me, the kind of bump up in gross margins it gives me, and the kind of working capital roadblock it frees up, right? It frees up inventory, it frees up this payable days, etc. So all of that, the impact of that, to look at it mathematically, the impact of that on my EBITDA and divided by the capital that I deploy to get it versus me contract manufacturing and the kind of lower EBITDA I get versus the lesser capital deployed. But we've been fairly successful in deploying capital in Capex, Lahori being case in point. They own the manufacturing facilities and it's clearly helped them receive a bump up both in their gross margins as well as free up a lot of working capital to grow. So I would not be averse to the possibility of investing behind Capex as long as the ROCE makes sense.
Thank you so much for the clarity you guys have provided. This has truly been a very insightful session. Can we please get a round of applause? Before you leave, can I please invite Desh Deepak, the founder of Big Book Box, to felicitate our panelists? Kuldeep sir, can I please have you on stage again? We'd like to express our appreciation with a little gift. Shortly. It's finally time. So it's finally time for us to break apart for lunch. Before you go, I'd like to remind you that one of our startups, Pan Legacy, is going to be serving their delicacies at the end of the meal. So be sure to keep an eye out for them. And I'd also like to remind you to be back in the hall by 2:30. So it's a 1 hour lunch break for you to enjoy a hearty meal and build connections with each other.
Yeah, so one panel discussion has got delayed, so I think we'll not stop. So I
sincere apology to panelists, but we'll come back after lunch and have that panel discussion. So let's play break for lunch, please. Thank you.
Hello.
Can I get your attention, please? This is a gentle reminder to sit down. Can I have your attention, please? This is a gentle reminder that our festivities will continue soon. Can everybody please come back to the hall and take a seat? Welcome back from lunch. I hope you guys had a good meal and had a chance to connect with all fellow attendees. As we resume our event, I'd like to introduce you to our second panel, which will focus on startup as an asset class. For our second panel, I'd like to call some of India's top investors. Mitesh Nandalaskar, the Vice President and Angel Investor at Hem Securities. Currently leading the startup investment desk at Hem Securities Limited, he has led investments worth 125 crore rupees across 57 startups since September 2020. Deepti Agarwal, CEO and co-founder of QDIP Group of Companies. Deepti is a technology entrepreneur and a highly accomplished leader with extensive experience in business. Before co-founding QDIP, Deepti worked in a techno-functional role as a consultant, assisting companies across the domains to solve their tricky business problems. Lastly, I'd like to welcome Avik Usher, principal at Artha Venture Fund, a 675 crore early stage VC fund. He has been building or investing in businesses for the past 12 years and is also a charter member of TIE Singapore.
And hope you guys will not sleep after lunch after the sweets and fun. Uh,
So I think this is a very pertinent actually topic. For some of the investors that are there, they always view is that how startup is evolving as an asset class. Very kind of easy comparison for them is to compare a startup with equities. So people start saying, "Arey, equity, mein I'm getting this much of return. So why, I'm why should I invest in startups?" So some of these questions we face on day-to-day basis. And of course, we give an answer. That's how we can living by that. So yeah, but yes, but just but yeah, on a serious note, I would like to ask our panelists, what is their thing that if equities are giving and good return, why would people invest in a startup? So, Avik, what do you think about it?
Thanks, Raman. So honestly, when it comes down to startups as an asset class, it's still pretty nascent. I mean, the entire industry was probably founded in the 1970s, 1980s in the US, and in India, it's only really boomed in the last decade, decade and a half. So there's still a lot of immaturity in the system. And similarly, with Indian investors, most traditional families didn't have family offices in 2010. I probably started one of the first ones. And at that point of time, everyone was like, okay, buy a house, buy some land, zameen kharido, gold kharido, invest in all of your traditional asset classes. They didn't even participate in the stock market much. You're looking at a set of investors as well that didn't really touch financial products. And then you're bringing them to a class of asset that is extremely risky, extremely sophisticated for an investor. So I think that when investors are looking at startups, you have to look at this from different horizons. First off, if your investment corpus is on the smaller side, don't do it. Stay with equities because that is where you should be. If you are able to put money away with a horizon of not having liquidity for let's say the next 10 to 12 years, with the potential that this is not going to return you any money at all, that is the first mindset that you have to use. This can all go to zero, and then you look at it. Now, okay, when that was a very all of the reason why I should stay away. The reason why you probably should
Hmm.
look at this is because number one, yes, they have been returned. When you're looking at top quartile funds, you're looking at 30+% IRR, then markets are pretty fluctuating. If your money is sitting in the market today, it can dip tomorrow it can be up. But when you're in startups, especially if you're sitting with funds or you're investing through amazing enablers like Raman, then you're going to be you're going to be investing in an asset class that's going to be maturing over time. You also get to do a lot of learning when you're actually sitting with the founders, when you're speaking to them, especially if you come from a family business background. You might actually learn things or see things that you could apply in your own business as well. So I think both from a return standpoint as well as a learning standpoint, there's a lot to be said for the asset class.
Yeah. So now my question would be to Deepti. She represents the 2D Ventures as a entity. So Deepti, when you look at startups as an asset class, so what advice you give to investors, who are like investing in that?
Investors are smart, so I'm no one to give any advice as such, I would say. But Avik already mentioned like most of the points, right? Like you have to look at a long-term horizon, and for us, it is mostly like learning from the. It's a diversification, right? But it is very nascent in India right now. Like people don't look it as an asset class right now, right? But I think over a period of time, Indian market would mature and it would be considered an asset class. But if you're for me and personally for Today Ventures, it is mostly like to learn from the founders, right? The founders have like the tinkle in their eyes, how passionate they are, and the way they pitch, right? There's a lot to learn from them, and you can incorporate in your own business, right? Like sometimes while you run business for a long time, you forget how you were doing it. It's like it happens, things just happens, right? But when you meet founders, you really know, oh, okay, these are the new things or new challenges what they are facing, probably you are facing and you're not able to solve. So those can be, you can easily learn from them and incorporate in your own business, right? So that's one thing. Diversification is another that can be considered as another diversification. Like you buy gold, probably you just kind of buy and don't look at it like selling every day,
Yeah.
right? Like as Avik said, like 10 to 15 years of horizon, you can
keep it. So that could be another way to like look at startups.
Yeah. So my next question will be to Mitesh. So Mitesh is at a very interesting, intersection. So I think he invests also in securities. Most of his, investors are from, the securities market, and of course, he also has him angels as a network. So Mitesh, I think for you this question would be more glaring. So what you say to your investors, and do they invest in both? So is it not? It is complementary and it's not mutually exclusive, maybe.
Correct, correct. So I think so. In terms of when I started Hame Angels, it was very difficult to convey to the investors that okay, this is not a profitable company. You are basically investing into a startup, which is basically derive so many innovations, so many new categories, and you're not investing in a counter basically, right? Because in a counter you only see whether the price is going up or down. Correct. You're not able to involve yourself in their business. Correct. So when you are investing into startups, you are basically investing into a category and basically market. So that basically helps you to get involved in the business. So that is a major differentiator.
Yeah. So today's Avik, in today's world, in today's world actually, when like 2021 there was a lot of money that was floating around, and we have talked about this in multiple ways today, but then yeah, today things have become different, but I think there is no dearth of money for good ventures, good founders, but what you think currently about this thing, so the question would then be that what are the characteristics that you feel would be there in this?
Sure. So characteristics of a fundable startup,
Yeah, yeah.
effectively. Uh, Not going to. I think Kuldeep summed up the exuberance that has happened in the
Kuldeep
last
is
few
finding
years.
so many references. Kuldeep, you have been inspirational to everyone. Everybody's borrowing from you. First, okay.
So I think what happened when the venture tourists kind of visited, they just with zero interest rates, they just brought a lot of capital, flooded the markets, and for a lot of people, founders today, they've not really seen another cycle. They think that that was reality, which is the entire point of investing, or I actually use this for a lot of things, is history can teach you kind of what's going to happen in the future. Most things are cyclical. If you look at markets, public markets have always been highly cyclical in nature. Similarly, private markets are, but I think what happened in in this particular cycle was just valuations and amount of money that didn't make sense. So whenever people look at that and they say, hey, okay, I'm going to raise at that 30x multiple, I don't mind if you want to come and pitch a 30x multiple to me, but I want you to understand, give me a very good reason why. So I think there is more than enough capital available for great companies between Southeast Asia and India, Southeast Asia investors investing in India and Indian LPs really coming up. There's a massive pool of capital. It's just that the the notion has finally flipped back to, hey, a startup is not some romantic tale. It is at the end of the day about creating a business. And that message kind of got diluted for a while. So if your business has good metrics, similar to public markets, you're going to get a good valuation. You're going to have capital running towards you.
Yeah. So, Dipti, just similarly on this question, what your thoughts would be?
No, I would agree completely, right? Like nothing against anyone, but startups were asking very crazy valuation for no reason, right? And you've seen that a lot of investors that and now I think like even investors have grown, right? They're asking like what is the profitability finally, right? Finally business has to run with profits, right? And that's the question which people are asking now. And if a business has a valid profitability numbers, right, and or matrices, as Avik mentioned, so people are there to invest, right? Or all of us are willing to invest if it makes sense, right? Like asking any valuation with no numbers or just a spreadsheet doesn't make any sense.
Or a fancy PPT?
Or a fancy PPT. I always call it that way.
Smitesh, what are your thoughts on that?
Sure. So I think, see, many investors, whenever they, come and invest through our platform, basically, many of the investors get confused. Okay, which sector they want to invest, right? What is the right stage, where they want to, invest, so probably, I tell them, okay, if you are coming from one specific sector, why don't you start with a specific sector? For example, if you're from a NBFC sector, you can invest maybe in a fintech company, because that is a company where you can relate yourself, and maybe then accordingly take a call, in terms of how you can invest in that particular category, or maybe business. So in terms of investing into that particular focus area, creates more valuable return for the investors.
Yeah. And maybe there's a mic with you. I'll ask you this question that, although we have been talking about, yeah, some of these things, but as investors, and there are many Indian investors here, what could be the risk mitigation that investors could look at? See, of course, we know the risks that are there, but how to hedge those risks? So what would you suggest? What advice would you give them?
I think it depends upon the, again, the type of the investor, whether they want to lead the round or whether they want to co-invest. So maybe for a typical angel investor, it is always great to invest along with the syndicate, group of people, understanding, it helps them to understand the technological trends, have more clarity and depth in terms of investing, because they're investing into a group, they get significant rights, while investing, right? That is something which protect their investments. So in somewhat areas, it helps them to mitigate that particular risk while investing. And the great way to start investing is to come little bit more early, because if you invest alongside the VC, then you're limiting your upside as well.
Yeah, but that means high risk, high reward, isn't it? Because if it's too early, that also means that the risk is going to be high, and maybe this is not the product market fit at which the startup is going to happen. So, what do you think about that? Because too early, it's like always like if I invest with the VC, but abhi valuation बहुत high हो गया, and if I'm before that, maybe the PMF only has not been existing. So, it's a conundrum, right?
Yeah, true. And sometimes the founders don't even have private limited company to start with.
Ah,
Right?
yeah.
Too early is also that case, right? But I think if from if you don't want, like, from risk mitigation perspective, one thing I would say is, like, don't be the first one, because sometimes like, the first one could be always dangerous. If there is couple of people who have invested and post that you invest, then you're at least diversifying your risk, saying that, okay, there are few people who have validated it and I'm doing it. Of course, your decisions can go wrong anytime, but then that could be one of the scenarios where you can do it. And finally, see, it is a risky asset to start with, right? There's no doubt you're investing on a founder.
Hmm.
Like, your entire bet is on a founder who's driving it. Now, there's a one it could be a one-person show, it could be a two-person show, but generally that's what it is. Any startup, right? It is not like they have a big team
Correct.
or anything, right? So you are investing in a founder, and you just need to see how passionate the founder is, whether he or she has a clarity of thought, to drive this business ahead, and what is the background, right? Sometimes people might not have the background, but they're passionate and they have clarity of thought, like how would I take it to the next level or a level above, right? So that's what I feel.
Yeah, so my next question, just continuing on this thread, Avik, I know you guys are invested in Agnikul and they're doing really well. So congratulations on that and making the first indigenous rocket, 3D rocket. But see, that is what also is the other thing. So while one perspective is that if I'm not going to put the entire check, maybe let me see if there is a lead. But then if you are a lead, so how do you think? Just because you don't have now anybody backing it, so either it's you, matlab you go all in, or like otherwise it's gone. So is that a very different kind of thought process when that happens?
Absolutely. So at Alpha, we actually almost lead or co-lead every investment that we do. So that's first of all our mindset. I think there are a lot of different strategies that funds use. Some prefer leading, some prefer following. When you're leading, it's about you building your own conviction. It's about you building your own thesis. And again, part of it is an art, part of it is a science. You can use you on the science side. You can borrow a lot of comparables from public markets, because at the end of the day, those valuations, those benchmarks, those metrics are what matter. And then the art part is basically the old look for that twinkle in the eye. But no, it's literally look at that founder. Look look at their background, see, are these people really capable of building that team? Are they capable of taking this forward? In the case of Agnikul, what is your thought process, and do they have the kind of technical prowess? Because that is an absolute definition of a deep tech startup. These folks had before getting off the ground had already gone out, validated their blueprints with people, and had about, I think, $5 million of LOIs signed. So I think the aggression and just uh, ability of those founders was remarkable.
Hmm. Yeah, so I think that was the next question that, what are the few good, investments or promising investments that you made? I think you briefly touched upon Nicole, and maybe for some, investment that stands out and they have been doing well. So, uh, success stories that you want to share with the investors here, because we should also keep a balanced perspective. This can also go on the good things, because I know there are many founders that are building steadily in this age also. So yeah, it's we have been selective, but then there are opportunities also, right?
No, there are definitely opportunities, and someone said that you should not just look at venture capitalist fund as just venture capitalist fund, right? It is validation funds as well.
Yes.
You should look at it very differently, not just like, okay, you got the fund, but it is a validation funds. Take it as a very different ways, and of course there are success stories and there are failure stories, and that would always be right.
Hmm.
There's two parts of the coin. You would be successful in some and unsuccessful in few, right? But again, it's all about the founders, right, who's driving the business, like as you said, right? They had like in the, especially in the deep tech, right, you need the founders to be technical, because
Yeah.
it's finally a technology which would take that that startup to a next level. Unless you have that technical knowledge, you cannot. So for
Hmm.
deep tech startups, especially, like what we look is like founder should be a technical person, or
Yeah.
if it is a D2C, then they have to have a consumer business idea, right? Otherwise they would not be. It's a very cutthroat competition in that market, right? So that's what it is.
Yeah, so similar question, Mitesh, to you, like you would have, like, can you share with investors, if suppose there's some success stories, what are the key learnings that you had from that, and maybe can we kind of generalize some of those into, some of the strategies that investors can put while trying to invest in startups?
So maybe one of the strategies which they can think about is, understanding whether you want to, invest into a B2B segment or B2C segment, right? So, when it comes to B2C, it is, understanding whether that startup is basically, hyperscale, showcasing hyperscale growth, or maybe, if it's a B2B, then which part of segment they are tapping, whether it's a enterprise sales or maybe SMB, right? So, when it comes to exit, in this type of business, it comes with different scenarios. So maybe if it's a B2B, then we need to understand, whether they have been able to generate good amount of business or not, because in the enterprise sales business it's always like, 1 month you do well, maybe for the 2 months, it's flat sales, and then again you get that significant kind of a growth. And you also need to understand whether their defensibility,
Hmm.
will stay or not. If that is diminishing in a time frame, then obviously, exit becomes very difficult in B2B businesses. But whereas into B2C, yes, because of the hyperscale growth scenarios, there are much more chances, to make more money into that particular segment. So it is very important to understand, what are the favorable sectors, maybe down the line, 3 to 5 years, and which is the right area of, investment is very much essential nowadays, whenever you invest into any startups.
Yeah, so more specifically, I think you last time referred to me Booba Bhai, I think, and maybe that was something that I missed, and then they've raised around 2 million. Nudged on that, but what was something that you saw and I could not see in that? Maybe, yeah, I missed it.
So I
Okay.
think, see, there is, you know many perceptions behind it. Somebody may think that, okay, bubble tea is a very commoditized drink
Hmm.
nowadays. Maybe there is, it's unorganized market. You will find every outlet, making those, right? But in the end, it's all about creating different categories. What differently they did is that that founder was an NRI founder, and who has already done that business in basically Australia. And then, just like a rocket internet model, he came to India, launched the same category, but with Indian flavors and targeting Gen Z customers. Plus, he got onboarded, with Zomato Launchpad Accelerator program, which helped him to, put his premium listing on the platform. And suddenly he was doing a 10 lakh MRR sales, and suddenly just 3 months he went to 2 crore MRR sales. I guess he raised around 10 crores at a
Yeah.
40 crore valuation, getting oversubscription
Yeah,
of
I was
40
thinking, oh,
crores.
I missed that.
Yeah, so 40 crores of oversubscription is unbelievable. I
uh,
think Titan Capital lead
yeah,
that particular
Titan led,
round.
yeah. Mm,
Unfortunately, I just invested as an angel investor with a
yeah.
small check. But yes, I
Yeah.
think if you look at global models, I think this boba tea is a billion-dollar industry, especially
Yeah. In
if you're seeing a lot
Southeast
of
kind of.
Korean
Yeah, yeah.
Netflix series, I think you will see a lot
K
of boba.
series.
Yeah, yeah, correct,
Yeah.
correct.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that's what actually. In fact, my first idea before Bestvantage was tea actually. So like, okay, now that's all gone. I'm not making any to startup now, but yeah. So I think similarly, Aditi, for you, like any other success stories that you had, or any characteristics when you are looking at founders. So which you found that Maybe you share one more success
Yeah,
story other than
exactly
Agricole.
what I'm
Yeah, yeah.
thinking. So I mean, this is almost dialing back to 2014, because that's when I saw this company, and that was also when I didn't know how to invest very well. I don't think anyone did. And they had come to Indian Angel Network. It was a company called FarEye Technologies,
Mm.
and most people wouldn't have heard of it. Probably might. The founders walked in, blank screen, just walked in, pointed at somebody, and said, "Hey, what's your pin code?" Guys like 400,052. How many of you, barring friends, know where this person stays? Someone is like, I'm a smart person. I think this is car. Okay, go further. Where does this person stay? Can you tell me the street? Can you tell me the building? No, there's pin drop silence because we couldn't. Pin codes in India are like a half-kilometer radius of nothing. So he said, that is the problem that I'm solving. And then he dove into it. He was basically building geotags for buildings, tagged to people for the rise of e-commerce. His first client was Domino's. And then from there, it just went on. Last round was led by DHL at 100 million. So it exploded. And that was how a founder basically came and said, this is the problem I've seen. This is what I feel is going to happen in the market, which is basically the boom of delivery and e-commerce. And this is my solution for it. So that was, yeah,
Yeah,
one of them.
yeah. So one question to Dipti would be that Dipti, different kinds of founders come. Some are out of college, some are more experienced that are there. Like he mentioned, he had scaled that business outside and he came to India with Indian flavors. So he had done that, been there. Okay. There are some people who come from good technical institutes, IITs, those kind of institutes. They also come. So like and it's very different. All of them are very different. So like so do you play emphasis on certain things, and while judging these founders on like experience, education, and yeah.
Yes. So finally, you invest in founders. That's the first thing for the
Hmm.
startups, right? But like I think, if someone has little background related to the field which they want to dive in, is a plus. It's like a and that's because they would know at least what are the challenges they would face in that field. Most of the times what happens is like when you start you feel everything is going to be, and that happened to us when we started in 2010. We thought everything would be really good and whatnot, right? But the challenges keep coming, and
Yeah.
every day would be a challenge. So one thing I think the IIMs, IITs, or the good colleges they teach you is like how do you overcome these challenges, right? So that's one thing that they teach you. So that is the reason, like I think most of the investors look at what is the education background, what is where people have studied, or what relevant relevant experience do people have. And I think these are the few key points which we also look while investing in.
Yeah. Mitesh, one question I would like to ask you. See, so in India as an asset class, like as of now, we only have around, even in equities, I think Sumit will concur with me, we have 3 to 4% only, like, people, equity investors. And I think startup would be only 0.3 or something, not even that. I think it's just, yeah, it's not even that. So how do you think, in the future, because we look at US, where equities is currently 60 to 80%, and of course their startup investment is also more. So as India grows, what do you think as an asset class, will this also grow proportionately? As equities grow, more knowledge will come. So how do you think in the future, startup as an asset class will pan out?
Yeah, I think it will definitely pan out to be great. So if you see the trend, when I talk about especially on the SME IPO segment, right? In the developed countries, you see a lot of SME companies on the exchange and very small set of companies like a blue chip companies on the exchange. In India, it's vice versa. It's almost 5,000 blue chip companies and then almost around 800 SME companies, right? So you look at the market potential which we have in India, right? It's a massive scale. Similarly, if talk about in 2010, there were very small number of startups are coming, but post 2015, you will see more than almost more than a lakh startups getting
Yes.
registered every year, right? So it's a huge. It will come in huge numbers. There will be a lot of experience and challenges in terms of how our Indian ecosystem gets evolved. But so far we have a highest number of unicorns in the country, and there is still a lot more in the pipeline, right?
Hmm.
So it will definitely grow. The only thing is that we have to create a very strong ecosystem. Maybe we can take help from the foreign investors, especially the Japanese investors, where we can try to give them that kind of a ecosystem so that they can invest heavily. And obviously, nowadays, if you see, rather than the FIs, domestic institutional investors are investing heavily in India, right?
Hmm.
So I think it's just matter of some time. I think we will see some good investors opening up their mind towards this particular riskier asset class. And I have actually seen that particular trend because in the last 4 years, we had a very good set of retail investors, almost
Hmm.
more than a lakh retail investors coming in from 200 funding distribution centers in 25 states in India. uh, so they were actively investing into stock market, and today we have 6,000 investors from that
Wow.
particular quantum who has started doing angel
Angel
investing,
investing,
and
yeah.
almost good numbers of 500
And
angel
these
investors
these were
actually,
guys were
yes,
equities they were doing. So
yeah,
now they have come
equities,
to, so
yes,
they are understanding
correct,
now that it's the right
correct,
time
correct,
to catch the hen early, kind
correct.
of.
It's because they have made so much of wealth in the
Hmm.
stock market, and they want to just allocate 5 to 15% of their asset allocation into startups, and that is where they would like to make money. And even if you see the trend in US market, if you see before 2000 era, you see the companies like Google, where Google companies, Microsoft, they got listed, but they made wealth in the private and public market also.
Hmm.
But post 2000 area, if you see companies like Facebook, they made only wealth in the private arena, rather than
Correct.
public. It's just like
Hmm.
5x, 6x, but in private, it's more
It
than
was
800x
huge.
kind of a return. Similar trend is now happening in India because you see a lot of tech companies also getting listed, like Paytm, Zomato, right, Nika. Although there were challenges in terms of how they can evolve, but there are companies like Mamath is also doing really well post
Hmm.
listing. So I see a very great potential in our Indian startup ecosystem, and there are so many new Cat 1 angel funds and Cat 3 angel funds, Cat 2 angel funds, in fact, are coming up. So we are also a SEBI approved, Cat 1 angel fund. We recently got that SEBI approval. Earlier,
Congratulations.
yeah. So earlier we were like a syndicate model,
Yeah.
but now we are a fund model as well.
Good.
Yeah.
So Deepthi, actually, you keep traveling on and off. So when I keep seeing your status, some in US, so and keep traveling. So when you talk to those people and you share about your investments, do you think that they are at little advanced stage, and do you think that we are to reach up there, but there is lot of room we can do in terms of startup investments?
Yeah, for sure, right? I think we are still at a very nascent stage.
Hmm.
We are not up there, right? But I think over like like when we started in 2010, today itself there were not many startups. People didn't know what startup is. They would say, "Why are you leaving your high-paying jobs and like doing this crazy ideas?" Right? You have so So now, but times have changed. Now, like if
Hmm.
a kid from a college or like 2 years, 3 years experience wants to do anything startup, people will not mention them that, right? So
Hmm.
like they say, okay, go ahead, try it out, right? So our risk appetite as a society has increased,
Hmm.
in general, what I have realized, right? And but yeah, in terms of the funds and in terms of where we are in investment perspective, we are still yet not there. But I think over next 5 years, we would see ourselves there, right? Where we would be, if not at par, we would not be less than the any foreign investors or anything.
Yeah. And Avik, what do you think in terms of how this is going to pan out, next 3 to 5 years? Yeah.
So if you look at global capital allocation, about 15% of global capital is kind of allocated to Asia, which is, and out of that 15%, India is somewhere around the 10%. So it's a
Hmm.
drop of a drop.
Hmm.
And given the way the world is playing out with American markets, European markets, Southeast Asian markets performing pathetically, Europe interest rates dropping in Southeast Asia, China not being the haven that it used to be for foreign inflow of money, there's pretty much one destination. So I think that that amount of capital that's going to come here is going to be a boom. And at the same time, as you mentioned, the risk appetite has changed. Of course, I think it's swung a bit too much to the other side where everyone wants to copycat and build. Uh, but that innovation has that risk appetite to build something, that access to innovation, the taboo, as you mentioned, about a college graduate who wants to build something and try it. That taboo has gone away. Now there is respect. Even if that college graduate wants to move back, let's say into a corporate career, if it didn't work out, there is due respect given to the fact that they tried to build something. So I think that unlock, combined with the amount of capital that's going to be pouring in the next 5 years, is going to create something amazing.
Yeah, I think on this positive note, I think we'll conclude our panel discussion. So a big thank you to our panelists. And like so I request Sibashish to come on stage, please, 1 minute, and give a token of appreciation to our panelists, who spent the time, and I hope you found this session very enthralling and interesting. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce you to a very unique and innovative initiative designed to nurture and support early stage startups, the Bestvantage TUDIP incubation program. This program aims to develop an ecosystem for nurturing early stage startups. Startups can expect support and mentorship along with assistance in hiring talent and raising capital. May I invite the co-founders of TUDIP Ventures, Deepthi and Tushar, along with the founder of Best Vantage Investments, Raman sir, on stage to discuss more on the program.
Today I'll welcome Dipti and Tushar on stage for the TUDIP Bestvantage incubation program. This was a very interesting program. So I was sitting with Dipti one day, and Tushar of course was also there. And Dipti mentioned that why don't we do something to help early stage startups, and that got me, it was very thought provoking. Many times you would have seen I say that okay, unit economics, all this. But when early stage startups are there, no, they also need support. And see, it is sometimes this support is beyond money. It's like they need mentoring, they need some advisory that is there. They need all the support. Sometimes they need even the office space. So these are the small things. You will feel that, oh, what is this? But like, yeah, when you are at initial stage, and some of these, they don't know some of the things, like putting a structure in place, putting an organizational chart. So these are very important things. And this thing actually really got me thinking that why don't we do this. And then I suggested to Dipti, and we had Tushar was also there, and he told me that, yeah, why don't we put a program. So I gave some of the parameters, and then we zeroed on upon this incubation program. So I just want to talk to today to Tushar and Dipti on this, that what do they think on this program. Yeah, Dipti.
No, Raman, it wouldn't have been possible without you. So first of all, thank you for it. Because uh, finally we are people from IT, and all the hard work which you put in, without it, it wouldn't have been possible. There, see, people have so many ideas, and this was one of the ideas. But ideas need execution,
Yeah.
and for execution, you need, strong person like you. So. Yeah, but the whole idea was to support startup, like as I already mentioned in my previous thing, right? When we started in 2010, there was no such programs, or they were like, there was no awareness also to those programs, right? So we didn't have any awareness. So whatever we learned, we really learned hard way.
Hmm.
Probably there could have been the easiest way where we could have we
Want
could have
someone
learned,
to.
or if someone would have told us, oh, just do this, like why don't you go with doing the marketing first, then doing delivery. So there could have been various learnings for us, but all we learned was the hard way, like trying out and all, right?
And making mistakes.
And making mistakes all the time, not once. We still do, right? And as they say, right, in software term, there is like, there is no A/B testing in life, so here there was no A/B testing. You just do it. Okay, this didn't work out, now try the next one, right? So something like that. So probably that was the whole idea of this incubation program. Whatever our learnings are, if we can provide that to even few people, right, and if they can learn from that and not commit those mistakes what we did, it would be like great. So that was the whole idea.
Yeah. So Tushar, my question to you would be that, how do you think this program will help, early stage ventures? And I think this is the first season, and will maybe grow as we come. But how will startups benefit from this program?
So, hi, I'm Tushar. Raman keeps forgetting me. That's a different story.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So no, I mean it is. I'm see. There is one thing which is like kind of echo chambers, right? What me and Dipti loved about this entire thing was basically we meet like same kind of people all the time, right? Meeting different people who are operating in different domain. That kind of gives like a different perspective, right? So that was the that was what we looked at was for us, right? And I'm sure like similarly when startups look at it, they should be actually looking at it like a tech or the financial kind of intervention and help which can take them long way, right? So I guess like
Hmm.
that is how I would
Yeah.
probably look at it.
And Tushar, can you just shed some light on how did the process go for the audience? Like if they want to apply next year, so how would the process go went for this?
Sure.
Yeah.
So, Raman actually opened a form and like people started applying there. We did some basic filtering on it. And then, we wanted to kind of talk to people. So instead of rejecting too many, we wanted to talk to as many as we wanted. We started at what, about 1:30 2 weeks ago on a Sunday. You know, Mobile phones closed and we could just focus on it, right? So that was the idea. And then we gave about 30 minutes to each founder to come and pitch us. And so It went on, that marathon went on till about 9:30, 10 o'clock
Yeah, it was
at
a
night.
long day.
Long day. But it was fun. One thing that, uh, you know, when I look at myself, like all the clients that we worked with, mostly like startups in the tech space, you become sum total of like the clients that you have,
Clients,
right?
yeah.
So it was amazing to see all these guys, having tinkle in their eyes, as someone was saying, and kind of pitching and kind of trying to change something. It is always touching. There is something about the entrepreneurship
Yeah,
which is very spiritual in a way. So
I like the way you said it. Yeah, and Dipti, so out of those as they came, I think you shortlisted on some of them. So like what were the criteria that you're looking at? So for the next season, startups could also focus on them.
So I mentioned most of the criteria in the previous, discussion, but yeah, again, I'll just repeat it again. For us, I think, and Tushar, if I miss anything, you can add. But for us, it was more of the founder's passion towards what they're building, and whether they can, and today you might have that passion. Will you have it tomorrow is the key question, right? Because running a startup, growing it is like a baby. Day in day out you need to do some mundane tasks. It's not going to be always innovative, right? However, we want to work on innovative products, innovative solutions, right? You still have to do certain things which are very very mundane, and deal with people, because finally every organization is about people, right? So you need to deal about people, you need to deal about mundane tasks. So whether you would have that passion day in day out to do it or not is the key question there, right? So these were the few criterias, right? Like founder's passion, the ability to kind of do things again and again, but again have that passion and continue to uh, you know uh, go through all the challenges which they come, right? Overcome those challenges and move ahead. What is their background? Do they have some certain experience in that, so that they can understand what type of challenges they're coming, and basically basic background. So
Yeah.
that was what we saw.
And so we'll go specifically now into this program. And so we have two winners out of this incubation program today, and we are very happy to announce it in front of everyone. So one was Mitra and Mitra Spices. So Tushar, what was your, like, more specifically now okay, general Dipti mentioned, but specifically about what you liked about Abhishek. And I say like a person, but yeah.
first, like, I want to be like Spice King of India. Honestly, I have some fascination for spices.
Yeah, we
I don't know.
discussed that for
Yeah,
another venture.
yeah. So I mean, I've been looking to invest in some spice company. Maybe I'll live like 100 years. That MDH Dadaji died. So maybe that is the hope, right? But yeah, I mean, what I specifically liked about this venture. First, he knows what he's doing. He has got his hands dirty. Abhishek has done that, in different capacity. And then in general, right, people who are trying out things out of, big city is anyway sexy. I know someone who basically started, you know, free rickshaw, and he has gone in the interiors heartland and kind of trying to set up his entire ecosystem there. So that is one of the things. So he found the market for spices as well as the other business. He found the market. He knows what he's doing, and he comes with that experience.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's most
yeah.
important. Yeah.
I thought he was a bit arrogant, but I'll leave it for some other day.
So may I invite Abhishek now on stage, please? Uh, so before we give Abhishek the check, and Abhishek has been trying to steal the check for some time. So I've been hiding it away from him. But Abhishek, can you describe about your experience, as you came to them, and like, what were your thoughts, and about this program? How do you think it will help you?
No, I guess it was a great experience. Specifically, Raman calling me 24 hours before the pitch session and told me to come to Pune, that you have to meet Deepthi and Tushar, and this kind of a program what we are doing. After meeting Deepthi and Tushar, to be honest, I'll speak from the heart. So, हो गया है, but ठीक है. Right? No, I see. Deepthi and Tushar, when they were sitting in the room and they were listening that what I was trying to build, what are the plans, how do I look at Mitra in the coming 5 years, something like that. They never sounded like, to be honest, I mean, they never sounded like to be investors, to be honest, in the sense that you
There's
know,
understanding
they
actually.
wanted to understand that what the founder
Hmm.
was building, how is he
Correct.
building, if the failure has happened in the past, what he learned from that. I
Learnings,
guess these are
yeah.
the things you were trying to understand, and where I am selling, opportunity kitna bada hai, 5 साल बाद ये कैसे पहुंचेगा, strategies के होंगी. And I guess this is something which I really liked about you guys. मतलब, it was a 45-minute session, and I guess 95% times I only spoke. You guys,
Yeah.
had only 5% discussion, but that I really liked. And I guess this incubation program really will help in terms of technology also, because reason being Tushar and Deepthi coming from a technology background, a lot of things will change. Say, for example, we being in a manufacturing company, require a lot of ERP technologies, warehouse management processes, and everything. I guess that sort of knowledge should come. That thing
Yeah, in
will be
terms of
coming
tech.
from
Yeah.
these folks, and I guess it's gonna be a great opportunity for both of us to
Yeah.
take it forward and make money.
So I would now request my team here to bring a check, and we'll jointly present this to Abhishek. And please give a round of applause. 1 crore check for Abhishek. Yeah, so this is a investment between Mitra and Mitra Spices. So we just clubbed the amount because it's 1 crore, it goes to him only. Yeah. So congratulations, Abhishek. You have finally stolen the check. Yeah. So and uh, huh? आ जाता है वो एरोस्टेस को बोलो she keeps. Oh, they behind the thing, they keep the codes and also there they keep the check. I carried one, I went for Amazon, so that time I carried that. Okay, so thanks Abhishek and congratulations. So now I would want to now discuss maybe from Deepthi about we have another venture, Magre Paco Peri, that was selected. So what do you we met Kunal, and then what were your thoughts about him, and what made you think about this?
So I think he's very genuine. He sounds very genuine. He doesn't come from that background, from the fashion industry. But I think he sounds very genuine. He knows what he's doing and how he wants to grow the business. And that's very important, right? Because he's the one who's going to drive it. We'll help him in any which way he needs us. But finally, it is his vision to take it forward, and he knew what he was doing. He had this clarity of thought. He knows like where he needs to take it next, and that's what impressed us.
Yeah, and I now welcome Kunal. Please step up on stage. So Kunal, first we would like to hear your thoughts, and as you first interacted, and what would be your key learnings, and maybe some tips for other founders who are maybe will be applying next year as we go ahead with this program.
Yeah, sure. So the overall experience was great, and he actually pushed me into it.
I actually told him that if you're not going to come, I'm not going to talk to you. That was the discussion.
Actually, I always prefer face-to-face meetings, and it's always better to interact face-to-face with investors, anybody for that matter. So when we came and we discussed, first thing that I noticed was you guys gave a lot of time to all the everyone, all the founders. It was a long day for you guys as well. But and you not being from that industry as well, you had a very good grasp on the overall category as well. So that was great, and yeah, I think it's a great collaboration, and I'm looking forward to it. And it's a great validation for our team as well, who has worked so hard for so many years. And I would like to thank Tushar deeply for this. And I think we are going to do well in this
Yeah.
collaboration. And
Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
So
Thanks to him as well.
yeah. So Janvi, can you please bring over the check to Magre for 1 crore rupees? Congratulations, so with this, I think we are nearing the end of this round, and I think next discussion tech. So actually, Tushar, we have a short 15 minutes presentation. So actually, this was a session that Tushar suggested that, a startup, sometimes, we are very weak on the tech side. So he was saying that, why don't you set up a session on the tech aspect of it? And maybe Prachi, you give an overview of that. Yeah.
You'll find that intellectual property is essential for the progress and development of a startup or of any business. I would like to welcome Tushar Abshankar, co-founder of Tudip Ventures, to guide us on how to build tech IPs for startups.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. So I'm not a very good presenter, but I'll try. Okay. And somehow, like, after spending some time here and meeting you guys on and off earlier, right? So it is feeling a lot more kind of familiar setting than what I thought it would be. Cool. So first, disclaimer, whatever I'm going to say here is based on facts. Okay. There are no creative liberties, and then no animals were harmed while I was making this presentation. Okay. About me, as these guys introduced, I'm Tushar, co-founder, CTO of Tudip Technologies, co-founder of Tudip Ventures. And then the interesting thing is, since 2010, when we started Tudip Technologies, you know, most of the big companies, consulting companies in India, they were not focusing on the companies that were trying to do something, in the startup space, right? So we started pretty much our business by working with startups. So for last 14 years, we have been working with startups of various shapes and sizes. And then there are learnings around it, right? So there are some of the success stories, very few success stories, and lot of failures, right? So I thought probably it would be a good idea to share what we learned along the way, especially from the tech perspective, right? So story time, okay? And this is again, like, this happened, okay? So there was a doctor, Dr. Robert Wagstaff. He was based out of Utah. He looked at a dog in 2010 and said, "Does he brush his teeth?" And the answer was no. So Dr. Bob Dipti met him. You met him, right, Dipti? Yeah, I never got a chance to meet. Yeah, that time he was 80-year-old, and this guy woke up and said, "I want to make brushes for dogs." Right? He called it Ora Pup, and then for Mayor Muggles, he also made something called Ora Brush, right? And he was saying, like, you buy two Ora Pups and you get one Ora Brush free, right? That was the idea. Um, got funded, did great. We did his tech end to end, right? As everyone says, keep it simple. We started with the simple. There used to be something called CS cart at that point in time, which is pretty much what Shopify is today. And then integration for payment, fulfillment, the typical story, right? And then we successfully handled huge volumes and huge surges on Black Friday scale sales, and then 2016, Orabrush died, right? It just died. Now, when when I was looking at our portfolio and what we did in the past, right? Um, there are there are quite a few companies who are basically stuck. Okay. So some of them are stuck and some of them are dead. I'm not sure if it is visible here or not. But for example, Anecdote.nl, the second amazing fashion brand company. They used to have, like, really, really good, apparels, and they were killing in the Netherlands markets. Disappeared, just disappeared. Okay. So, so is it all gloomy? Is that the natural life? Like, you reach a certain point and then you die. Is this how, like, most of the startup ecosystem works? So the answer to that is no. You know, ourselves, we have witnessed these crazy, crazy acquisitions of our clients. You know, Gemstone Gemfire acquisition by VMware for an undisclosed amount. Okay. Then it was a distributed caching company. Then Tiny Prints, simple direct to print card printing company. They got acquired by Shutterfly for 333 million USD, right? Then Quick Labs, one of our flagship clients, they got acquired by Google. They never told us how much they got paid, or else we would have said, okay, thoda aur zyada rate badha do, maybe. Okay, Bytech Junior. Now, don't blame us. But we were the first, tech partners for Whitehead Juniors. Okay. Um, Karan Bajaj, we met, and um, you know, Whitehead, all said and done, it's a story. And the timing of it is amazing. Like 2 weeks later, after the acquisition, the EdTech started crashing. 300 million USD. And then Livongo, another company, we were working. We had been working for like over 10 years now, and they got acquired um, by Teladoc for $18.5 billion, which is bigger than Facebook, WhatsApp acquisition, right? Rates kisi ne nahi badhaye, so we still work on the first rates that were decided. But yeah, it had been amazing. Like when you are haggling with someone for saying ki, should it be 3,000 or 3,500 USD, and then these guys get like $18.5 billion. It's pretty amazing when you see that kind of growth. So what is the difference? So one of the things is like common there, which is like IP, intellectual property, and it is not always tech per se. There are people do different things. You know, So how do you build your tech IP? Okay, it is simple. My charges are 350 USD per hour. First 30 seconds are free, and then no money back guarantee. I can advise you. Okay, that's a dirty joke. Okay, thank you. So first of all, I realized one of the times when we went down in terms of revenue in our journey, we were surrounded by too many consultants. Okay, so you guys know your business better. Entrepreneurs know their business better. So me sitting here and giving gyan about how to build the IP has like you have to take it with pinch of salt, of size of Alaska. Okay, so what I'm sharing is basically what I observed. Okay, and in terms of how companies were going about building their tech IPs. So where is your tech IP? So simple stuff, right? Hosting on Shopify, access through Nike or Myntra, fulfillment through a third party, payment through a payment gateway service. And what you have is just a product, some sales, some margins that you can boast of, and a myth called customer loyalty. Okay. Now, I know you're laughing, but that's pretty much what I was asking, trying to ask you when we were talking that day, right? So does it sound familiar? Okay, so that's what Dr. Bob was doing, right? Exact same thing. So as an investor, when we were talking, that's exactly what I wanted to understand. What is stopping others from doing what you are doing? Then is there an entry barrier? Where is the differentiator? And do you have an IP? And then entire client is like the customer's Bewafai, right? I mean, that's a fact, right? So first of all, right, and I think that is the baby step that I always believe the smart companies with whom we work they took, right? So you cannot improve what you cannot measure, right? But you can't measure if you don't have the data around it. So I guess like probably in terms of identifying what kind of IP you can build around it, good to start simple and starting with hosted shared solution is great. But there is a time when you have to get it in house, you know. Um, and if you do not get it in house, the problem is it becomes like a black box, a cult, which is operating, working on its own, and you have no idea and how it works. And second thing is, as they say, like entrepreneurs have this tendency of discussing failures and bad things just way too much. Me and Dipti spend like half our time discussing what is going wrong, but we never actually ask ourselves if something went right, why did it go right? You know, Laziness maybe, but we just don't do that. Right now, even if your sales are booming, why are they booming? You don't have any clue because the data which is shared by Shopify or any hosted service is what you get, right? So I would seriously request that you guys should take it in house. You know, deploy it on some BPS, some cloud, but you should have access to that entire content management e-commerce data. It is important, not today, but at some point in time, you guys will start leveraging it. You know, campaigns. Most of the time that we talk through people, they have outsourced that entire thing to some marketing company. right? Which is doing what they are doing, right? But how many opens, how many clicks, who had been revisiting the same emails 20 times? You have no idea, right? You get what you get. Um, you know, then WMS inventory implementation. One of the things that I liked about Abhishek is he was thinking about it, because at some point in time, this is what is going to give you that, that delta H in the market. You know, data accumulation first, and then data reconciliation across the data sources. So there are data that is coming from your Mintra, Nykas. Like, how do you actually put it all together and kind of reconcile it, and then actually you do some analytics on it, right? So what I was honestly hoping, and what I think most of the people need to do, is have like some set of dashboards, about users, products, campaigns, and orders to begin with. You know, So, and once you have that, probably you would be able to know. So I keep asking, where do you get the orders from, right? And he said like Maharashtra 70%. When we were asking Nest Roots, Chavi, other investor, we asked the same question. But all of them are tentative. No one actually knows where their users are. What is their age group? These are like some fancy answers that everyone gives, but I don't think they have the data. You know, um, what appeals to them and what doesn't appeal to them, you know then how much time do they spend on each product page before buying? And then who are your impulsive buyers? Just sell them anything and make money. you know and then social media chatter, how to read it and how are you reacting to it? I mean, I still haven't met anyone after all these pitches who have actually like a proper dashboards that can show me like, hey, this is how this entire ecosystem looks like. And probably in my mind, like the most of the D2C companies, that is where I see like the first step towards developing an IP could be, a tech IP could be. Similarly for products, how products are faring in the market across the channels. Then what are the margins on each of these products? You know, uh, what are the return rates? You have vague return rate, but do you know? I mean, like what are the overall return rates? But I don't think most of the people knew what is the return rate per product. You know, then abandoned cart statistics. Um, how many people have items in the cart and not checking out? Then A/B testing on the images. I remember, like, when we were initially handling a lot of e-commerce sites, they will have like the checkout button placed in 4 different places. you know and then they will actually where to place it, they say we don't know, so let's place it in 4 places. You can't do that with the hosted solution, but if you have your own stuff, you can very well do it. And then you basically look at like the checkout and how many people eventually checked out and paid the money, and then you decide where that checkout button has to go. you know and finally, see, AIML, as I was hearing someone in Delhi, he said very interesting thing. He said entire AIML is overrated in the short term, okay, and hugely underrated in the long run. You know, right now, like everyone overnight became AIML experts, and so nothing much is going to change in next 6 months to a year. But after that, it is going to fundamentally change how the businesses are working. And in order to have any good AI ML engine, you need to have the data. You need to have the product data, user data, campaign data, order data. I mean, whatever little I understand out of this D2C market, that's how these are the 5 things, that 4 things I picked. And then you can have like a better product and user persona fit at some point in time. You can find digital twins. So you can say that X is buying stuff like this. So Y, who basically are more or less same and have some affinity, they should be buying something similar to it. And then predictions about the product life cycle and predictions about what customers want. Okay, cool. So thank you. It was short.
So, may I request Anuradha, founder A Big Indian Story, to come on stage, please, and facilitate Tushar for his wonderful presentation.
Thanks, Anuradha. Thanks, Tushar. So now, Prachi.
Thank you, Tushar, sir. That was really interesting, and your counsel is deeply appreciated. Let's now begin our most awaited pitchathon. Startups will present their ideas to a panel of judges who will then decide which two startups are the best and they will get funded. So before we begin, I'll take you guys through the rules of the pitchathon. Every startup will get 15 minutes to present their pitch. 10 minutes out of those 15 minutes will be allocated to pitching the idea, and the remaining 5 minutes will be a Q&A round. At the end of the ninth minute, a buzzer will sound to remind the founder that they only have 1 minute left.
Yeah. So, Azhar, can you give a sound the buzzer, please? And we'll also like to warm welcome to all the jury that we have today. Yeah. So we have Abhiram from V3 Ventures. We have Pooja from DSG. Of course, we have Diptin Tushar have met. Apuro is also there from Kitara, and Neil is there. We have Vatsal. I think Kruti is about to join us, so she'll join in sometime. We have the esteemed jury here, and they will decide who are the winners of today's pitchathon. So please, guys, we are running little behind schedule, so please request to take the the deadline very seriously, and Azhar will sound the buzzer. Yeah, like this. Oh. Yeah, so after 9 minutes, he'll sound the buzzer. So that means we have only 1 last minute remaining. So now, first I'd like to invite Sibashish, founder Booking Genie. Uh, and Azhar will quickly turn over the slides. Booking Genie is providing smart hotel tech for the modern age. Yeah. Yeah, so Prachi will be the timer today, timekeeper today, not the timer, timekeeper today, and she will be rigorously, using a stopwatch to take over the slides. And Sibashish, over to you. Your time
Thanks.
starts now.
Oh my God. Yeah, so thankfully I don't have to do a lot of introduction since we had a nice introduction in the morning. So Booking Genie actually started from a very personal experience of mine while traveling to a boutique hotel where the hotelier yeah. where the hotelier was saying that, hey, don't book through booking.com or any online travel agent. You know them like Make My Trip, C Trip, or Agoda, Expedia, and so on and so forth. Why don't you book directly to me and I will give you a discount of 15%? So that was rang a bell in my mind, and what can be done technologically to solve this problem. So we started in 2017 with a POC, and with 100 clients we started Booking Genie by 2018, and today as we speak we are serving more than 3900 clients and doing roughly a ARR of more than 14 crores a year. Just to explain what वहाँ पे जाना पड़ेगा. This is so distribution of hotel inventory across platform is expensive, and because as I've already said, like almost 25%